What's up, boys and girls? My name is Jake the Dirty Cat, the D-Cat, whatever you like to call me, and today we're back with more Final Fantasy XIV. We are progressing more of A Realm Reborn post-story today. Um, so yeah. I'm still waking up for the day. Hope you guys are doing well. For those curious, we did play some of our jobs over the weekend. For our disciplines of hand and land, this is what they're looking for. We got that miner up to 44, goldsmith up to nearly 45. Some other ones pressed a little bit, pushed a little bit, and then this is what our combat jobs are looking like. We got warrior, we got monk, we got was it just warrior and monk? I guess so. Well, we got warrior and monk up to 50, and we're pushing bard. We'll continue to level those jobs off stream, hopefully to just to the point where we're at currently. As for A Realm Reborn, I'm starting to realize that our Dragoon is going to be heavily out leveling the story of Heaven's Ward at this point. And that just feels like wasted XP. So I think we're going to go ahead and switch over to a different job to while we press through A Realm Reborn. Yeah, let's there we go. Hey, what's up, Matt? How's it going today? It's good to be back. No, I'm not gonna lie. I've been streaming like 6 days a week for a few weeks now, so it was nice taking a little breather yesterday. Spent some time with my family, and we watched the American football game, the Packers game. I'm a Packers fan through and through, and they won. It was a really great game, so it was really nice just to spend some time with my whole family. They all came over and we watched the Packer game. It was a lot of fun. I think while we continue to press through a Realm Reborn post story, just so we're not over leveling our Dragoon too much with the story. I don't really ever play that much Samurai, so I think we're gonna play some Samurai for the story for now. That sounds like a good time to me. Sounds good, Matt. See you in a second. Tataru. Oh, bro, you're here. Good, good. We were all wondering when you'd show up. I've just realized, dude, my throat feels fantastic compared to before, so that nice little breather from all the story stuff was also much needed. As I was just telling you, your receptive receptionist here, I'm pleased to inform you that all the documents have been prepared, all signatures signed. The Rising Stones is officially yours. Splendid. From this day forward, I spare no effort in seeing that it is as welcoming and comfortable as a home for us as the Waking Sands ever was. That said, this is all somewhat intimidating, is there not? So many unfamiliar places and unfamiliar faces. Before you start anything crazy, I did a thing. Okay, pause on the story. Well, what's up, Matt? Feel free to use it or show it if you deem it presentable. Ha ha ha. Oh, I am waiting in anticipation. Oh my god. This is so exciting. Get the music going while we're anxiously await. Oh. Guys, look at what Matt made for us. This is incredible. That's so cool. Oh my god. That is so cool. Matt, I want you to do the honors. You go ahead, you post that in the general chat so everyone can see that incredible piece of art you put together for us. Oh my gosh. That's so cool, dude. Thank you. We gotta find something fun to do with this. You know what we should do with this? With your permission, of course. It'd be kind of cool to do it like little pins for this. Like little pins that you can put on like bags and stuff like that. Would that be okay, Matt? Sure. Awesome. And I'll make one up. And I can send it over. I can send a pin over to you too when we do the outfits and stuff like that. That's so cool. Thank you, dude. Oh my gosh, that's so awesome. Shout out to Matt. That is awesome. That's so freaking neat. Oh my gosh. Thank you again. Pin stickers, whatever. Awesome, dude. I will always make sure to do a little shout out. I might even like pin your like Twitch on it somewhere. Your name. If you wanted to edit it and do like a little like made by Matt and throw it over like a place you'd feel comfortable with that, I'd love to give you the credit you deserve on it. But thank you, Matt. That's so freaking cool. That's also our first official piece of fan artwork. So Matt with all the first. That's so cool, dude. Thank you, Matt. That's incredible. That is so cool. Sorry, I'm geeking over that. Thank you again, Matt. Redenstal is populated mostly by adventurers, which means, as you might expect, that there's quite a bit of coming and going. Emphasis on the coming, at least of late. What with the investigation of the Crystal Tower hitting full stride, I've lost track of how many fortune seekers and scholars have shown up in the past few days alone, hoping to unearth ancient secrets. I don't suppose the tower has piqued your interest as well. You've already ordered your aid to the effort, you say? You certainly move quickly, my friend. If I weren't otherwise occupied with my duties here, I'd have half a mind to join you. I'll also have to settle for you hearing the tales of all you've seen upon your return. Be safe in there, yes? Why, that's wonderful to hear. Rest assured that the receptionist will work just as hard to see our efforts do not skip a beat despite the relocation. And with that, Ober, I do believe it's time you officially announce your presence to everyone inside. The antecedent and the others will surely be overjoyed to see you. That's so cool. In order to progress the main scenario, you must first complete certain quests in the Crystal Tower series. While you are granted a respite from the duties as assigned, use your time to probe the depths of the crystal and see what ancient secrets may be gleamed. Interesting. Oh god, more side quest stuff. Oh, my little brain, so much. Also, I think we got Twitch notifications sorted out. For now, we're just going to be using Twitch's default notifications, but for any follow, subs, anything going forward, they should go through on our notifications and pop up. I tested everything and it looked good. So fingers crossed that future subs, follows, and the like, we should have notifications for all that. I am hoping that our tip notifications and stuff like that are still working as they were before, so we'll see what happens. I'm a little nervous about it, but fingers crossed, right? Well, it is certainly spacious. Also, in regards to emotes, I did get an update yesterday that she's still sketching them out. And we'll get like the design itself, and then I just have to approve the 3 emotes, and then she'll go ahead and put the sketches to like image, and then hopefully in the next week or so we should have our emotes for the channel, our first few emotes. We'll continue to get more and more as we get more subs and stuff like that as the channel grows. Figured 3 starting would be pretty good. Again, we're getting a high hype and hello emote, and no, a high hype and love emote. So I'm excited for those to come in. Sorry, I also, last time I streamed, I wasn't getting notifications for some of the Twitch messages. So if I'm like going through like my browser and stuff, I'm just checking to make sure I didn't miss any emotes and make sure OBS is working properly. So sorry about that. Today marks the new beginning of the science of the 7th dawn. For today we declare our independence. We shall henceforth be beholden to no nation, but serve all of ARZ's people proudly and openly. But this does not mean that we will sever our ties to the Eorzean alliance. On the contrary, the antecedent and I shall endeavor to strengthen them. Rest assured, however, that we should not permit political considerations to influence our decisions. Our identity remains unchanged, as does our cause. We are the Scions of the 7th Dawn, and our single purpose is to safeguard the future of Eorzea. For Eorzea. Ida. A moment of your time, Oberyn, I would speak of Elibis. Pardon the intrusion, my lady, but the matter which bringeth me will admit no delay. Mine every attempt to contact the student of Beldogian hath been met with silence. No one will respond? How odd, allow me to try. No response, surely would not ignore us. They have never yet, my lady. I fear we must assume the worst. No, I will not believe it. Outpost perhaps, but not the headquarters. Their words are beyond circumvention. Had they come under attack, they would most certainly have raised the alarm. None could have penetrated their sanctum unnoticed. But for those who lack the gift and the knowledge of both, oh no. Contact their agents in the field at once. If aught has befallen the students of Beldasian, they must know of it. Though the thought of it pains me, until such time as we have evidence to contrary, we cannot assume the worst. Currently, we must need seek another source of information on Elibis. 'Tis possible the other of the homeland are possessed of such knowledge. Be fairly warned, however, they are unlike to yield it unconditionally. Do what you must. Hold on, guys, I'm dying. Yet another unforeseen and unwelcome development. What could be next, I wonder? I visit from a crimson-clad Ashian, perhaps, or Orcha or Puce, of which of our allies will then fall silent. For a time, I thought we had gained the upper hand. We shattered the crystal darkness and Castel Labre. I dared to hope that we had found a way to rid ourselves of the Ashian menace. But I was wrong. He endures and may yet return. Upon that point, I have no doubt that Elibis spoke true. There must be a way to destroy them utterly, a way to spare the world their unholy machinations. I dare not consider the alternative. There are forces at work we do not understand, Oberyn. I discern them all around. In disturbances too great and too numerous to be dismissed as mere coincidence. Doubtless the paragons are involved, but how and to what end It's far from clear. I know what will come, but I do not know that we will rise and meet it as one. My stalwart hero, your face is a picture of resolve. I know that you will be ready when the time comes. With luck, however, that you will not be for a while yet. Pray return to your private affairs with my blessing. Should anything arise, you will be informed. I love how in certain like backgrounds my hair just goes crazy with my green screen. Krill, where are you? Your intercession was not foretold. You object? We question. Our plans are in motion. Your attention's unclear. They survived the 7th ardor and are now stronger now in the gift. Does that not intrigue you? No, it does not. Serve as you will, so too shall I. We labor not at a cross juncture. The wisdom of his plans shall become apparent in time with the veil is lifted from their eyes. And at long last they see. Surely there is no rest for the weary. Scarce had I begun to make myself at home when I received requests for assistance from Amanja and Sons Material Concern. It would appear that the storehouse in Horizon has been the target of a series of covert robberies. Minor as they seemed in isolation, occasional discrepancies in the manifest were a long dismissal as clerical errors. It was only during the concern's annual audit that the pattern became apparent. Significant quantities of crystals and only crystals were missing. I need hardly tell you what that may imply. The brass blades charged with investigating the thefts believe that someone within the concern is selling the crystals for profit. Alas, they've yet been unable to identify a likely suspect, and the concern's proprietors have grown frustrated by their lack of progress. Needless to say, I would not have agreed to intervene had the stolen goods been merely monetary value. If there is even a possibility that the thief acts not out of self-interest but in service of the primal, we can ill afford to wait for the blades to realize their mistake. Pray depart to Horizon at your earliest convenience. Rendezvous with Yashalta when you arrive. Yshtala when you arrive. She and Thancred have already begun a preliminary investigation. I have every confidence that the three of you will get to the bottom of these thefts. I only hope our fears prove unfounded when you do. Hey, what's up, Ripper? How's it going? How we doing today? Living the high of the weekend, dude. I couldn't agree more. The weekend was much needed. I watched the Packer game with my family yesterday, and it was a nice little breather from life. It was a very good time. However, your assistance is most welcome. I've already spoken at length with the Brass Blades of the Rose, albeit to little avail. I would seem that the thieves took great pains to conceal their activities. I could go into further detail, but the time might be better spent in conversation with Fufulupa. His officer charged with leading the investigation. I would only be repeating that which he related to me. If I'd eluded my attention map, it will not elude yours. Oh, hello there, Oprah. Was it Yashtola said to expect you? Terrible business, these thefts. We've yet to confirm the quantity of crystal stolen, but I dare say it might be greater than. But never mind that. I have news to share. A short while ago, the driver of a heavily laden carriage refused to halt for inspection and broke through one of our checkpoints on the Royal Elegant Sunway. The car bolted off toward Eastern Thanaland, where, thank the gods, I hear that the colleagues were able to apprehend them without further incident. I still don't feel like hitting the gym. I feel that. There are just some days where it's like, I've been really bad about going lately. I got a membership a couple months ago, and I've been very inconsistent with going, so I need to be better about going myself. I'll make a promise to you, Matt. If you go today, then I will go tomorrow. A speeding carriage, that would seem a curious choice for thieves of such proven cunning, yet the Amajda do have a foothold in Eastern Thanaland. And what of their cargo did they carry the crystals we seek? We should be receiving a report any moment now, but I failed to see what else it could. Did you miss my friends? I'm back, but I fear I come bearing disappointing news, or on a second thought, perhaps it's good news after all. I have enough gym life every time I lift my ass off the chair. Dude, I feel that. I haven't been feeling like particularly good, and I think it's because I've been neglecting the gym, though. So I probably should go, because I'm starting to get to that point again where I'm tired all the time, and like, yeah, it's just, I'm just not being healthy. Sacred, wherever have you been off to? Figured you had everything controlled here, so I took a brief excursion to these to check up on our Amalja friends. And would you believe it, happened upon a runaway carriage on the way, and even was able to do my small part to help my friends in the breastplate to intercept it. In all my years, I have never seen such a prodigious quantity of somnus. The blades were calling it one of the greatest hauls they've ever seen. The stolen crystals, on the other hand, were nowhere to be found. Is that so, alas? I suppose we have no choice but to resume our search elsewhere. We should reassess our options as well. Come with us, Oboro. Yeah, after losing, I can stop now. That's true, man. If you've lost 100 plus pounds, dude, you're kicking ass. No reason to stop now, dude. Keep it up. That's crazy work. That's awesome. Against all expectation, it would seem the Amalja are innocent of this particular spat of crimes. By all indications, they have yet to replenish the stores of crystals exhausted during the last attempt to summon Ifrit. What I can't fathom is why anyone else would go to such lengths to obtain crystals, and in such quantities. It cannot be that they're dealing with simple thieves. If their motive were profit, or they limit their trade to crystal alone, plainly we are missing something. What do you think about what it might be? I shall inform our insurer of our progress or lack thereof.
Now then.
Oh, thank God.
'Tis I. The situation may be more complicated than we anticipated.
Indeed, I shall remain watchful. Ere thou goest, another matter requireth thine attention. A young maiden, full eager to... Wherefore inquirest thou of her fairness? Oh, very well. Be she damsel or devil, I shall direct her steps to Revenant's toll. Save thine insinuations for one given to such impropriety. Thou shalt not find me amenable.
I think I know who that is.
Far across the sea from the land of Domar have we traveled. We seek audience with the ruler of these lands. Who here speaks for you?
Interesting. Most interesting. Any bright ideas? A still solitary flash of insight? No. Well then, for want of a better suggestion, I say we try picking Fuvulupa's brain again. Who knows, if we work together, we may yet find something of use nestled away within it. Oh, but it is good to see you return. I have given some thought to the matter, and I just hit upon a most disturbing possibility. How could I ever been so blind? Call me yourself Fuvulupa? What is the disturbing possibility of what you speak? I was contemplating as to how the thieves' activities escaped our notice for so long, and then it came to me, what if there is someone among our own ranks conspiring with them, a traitor of our own, in our own midst? It would be most unfortunate if your fears proved well-founded, Fuvulupa. Indeed, if for reasons of security the concern decided to transfer the main crystals stored in Horizon to another location, their plans would be discovered the moment the brass blades were informed. But such a shipment would surely be well guarded, with these as wily as our risk of open confrontation. Mayhap not, but neither would the concerned be eager to present them with such an obvious target, and they might instead elect to carry out the transfer in secret to just the goods to, let us say, a lone Makot miner, traveling with without escort, so as to not attract undue attention. But who I see, yes, the concern may well elect to do that, but to travel with so much cargo would be a strenuous task indeed, and this miner would certainly need to rest upon the way, mayhap north of the bridge to Hamalea. Fine spot for a rest, would you not agree, Obro? You lie in wait for the north, and I shall do the same to the south. Forgive me, my friends, but I have received new orders. I must inform my men at once. Call me a cynic, but I would be surprised if these thieves lay down their arms and surrender. See that you come prepared to offer some encouragement. Oh God. I am a disaster today. Lord have mercy. Slumber to the last as expected. You are unharmed. A gang of sea wolf thieves in Thanaland LS. I suppose there's a first time for everything. Sea wolves, all of them? And all with the same taste and facial tattoos of blue, in case you were wondering. Our thieves are a long way from home. What's the character do? Tancred, if you would be so good as to attend to our outstanding matters in Horizon, I have inquiries to make. To Horizon, then, Fuvulupa will want to hear about your meeting with the thieves. Is Stoll looking great with the miner outfit? Look at her go. You guys excited for Thursday? Arc Raiders is coming out, so we're going to be doing an Arc Raiders stream on Thursday. And then Friday with Halloween, I got a little surprise for you guys. It's going to be a fun stream on Friday, let me tell you. On behalf of the Breastblades of the Rose, I thank you for the service to Horizon. But we've not been idle. While you were afield, we succeeded in identifying the traitor within our ranks. Is that so? Then, by your leave, I should very much like to have a word with the fellow in private. No, I'm afraid that will not be possible. Regrettably, he managed to subdue the unit of Blades dispatched to detain him and made good in his escape. For the love of, and how did he manage that exactly? Your men haven't been sampling the somnus we confiscated, have there, or was he a giant in disguise? No, but he was quite strong. A sea wolf, Lominson, born and raised, I believe, but do not worry, we will find him and have a word on that. You have my word on that. I see, pray keep me appraised in any developments. Hey, what's up, Pisconda? How you doing today? How you doing today? Wow, I'm just tongue-tied today. Yes, she's standing next to me, understood. I fear our time together is the end, my friend. Your services are required elsewhere. Awfully disappointing, I know, but one must follow where duty lays. You might try to look a little disappointed, or do you mean to give me another one of your stoic nods? You do, don't you? Piscondo Arc Raiders on Thursday. I'm excited. And then Friday, with Halloween, I got a little surprise for you guys. It's gonna be a very fun stream on Friday. The antecedent bid me tell you make for Vesper Bay, where young Alphana awaits your coming most eagerly. It was he who requested your assistance. Some commotion or incident, I am not privy to the details. Will you do whatever it is Alphana has planned for you? I shall endeavor to track down our traitor as Brassblade. When I do, you may rest assured that we will have our answers. Nice, bro. BF6 is VR2. Oh, that's right. Most interesting. There's a good chance we check that out tomorrow. I have very lukewarm hopes for it, but at the same time, who knows? My biggest issue is, dude, the weapon bloom and stuff in Battlefield 6 is still so rough that it feels like your bullets are just like ghosting you. So with the BR, that's going to be even more frustrating. So, but we'll see. You know what? I'll hold my reservations until I play it. You're late no matter. I know where visitors are headed. From what I have been able to gather, the vessel belongs to a band of Domans who seek an audience with the Sultana. You're familiar with the Domias in Arthur. Well, like the rest of the nations of the Eastern Continent, is ruled by the Garlean Empire. Given our visitors' unannounced arrival, as well as the state of their ship, I suspect they did not leave their homeland under the best circumstances. Needless to say, I should be very interested to hear their tale, and more importantly, what they know of their current state of affairs in the Empire. Such information could prove to be useful. We'd be fools not to pursue this opportunity. Do you not think? Come with me to Old Arrow, unless I am mistaken. I am rarely mistaken, we'll find the Domans bickering with the Sultan sworn on the Royal Promenade. You're uncertain of your role in the process? Proceedings? Insurance. If our guests are not themselves Imperial agents, it seems fair to assume that they may be being pursued by someone. If not, who better than you to have on hand an event of unforeseen diplomatic incident? Besides, I do so enjoy the sparkling repartee. Satisfied, good. I shall see you in Ulda. Guys, should we see what our playtime looks like since we started playing this game 2 weeks ago? Four days, 15 hours, and 30 minutes. Okay, I may be playing this game a little too much. I mean, I'm not gonna play. I love this game. Bun Bun Bunny Buns. Fantastic name. It matters not how many times you ask, without the necessary permissions, none shall pass. Pray understand, good sir, we have not the leisure to lodge a formal petition. Time is of the essence. All I ask that as you summon your superior, allow me to plead my case. Surely you can grant us that small kindness. Away with you and darken these doors no longer. I will not ask again. You know not what you do. I gather your pleas fell upon deaf ears. A loyal man with a cold heart, I know his kind well. I hope you know you will find me more to your liking. Elfinod, Levalier, at your service, a friend. Which I believe makes me very nearly unique. In the part of this world, at least, few indeed are your allies and will die, yet you will need some of you wish to endeavor yourselves to your wealthy and powerful. Pray join me and my associates at the Quicksand. There you may explain your situation to us, and we shall see if there is aught we can do to help. No gag. What you doing? What you doing, Larry Bear? Oh, I'm a dummy. Yeah, it's a good week for gaming then. Lots of fun stream content coming up. Am I crazy? What am I doing? Where am I going? Yeah, I want to unlock Viper so badly. That class seems sick. We are a long ways off from unlocking it, though. Long ways off. Voice cutscene, please.
We have traveled some several thousand miles across the sea from the nation of Doma, in hopes that we might find sanctuary in these lands.
Sanctuary, Lady Yugiri?
Aye. Lying within Othard, Doma was under the dominion of the Garlean Empire, as I'm sure you are aware. When the War of Succession broke out in Garlemald, we espied an opportunity to free ourselves from the yoke of imperial oppression and took up arms. Only to be crushed. And so I gathered what few Domans escaped the reckoning and guided them hither to your shores.
A war of succession? Then the Emperor... Forgive me. You said that Doma was under Imperial rule, did you not?
Doma is gone. Razed to the ground as an example to the other provinces.
12 have mercy. And your people?
On a ship anchored in Vesper Bay, flying borrowed colors. Many were complicit in the rebellion, or akin to those who were. They will not come ashore until I send word that it is safe to do so. I sought an audience with your rulers, but was summarily refused.
The lords of Ul'dah are not wont to entertain foreign refugees without suitable encouragement.
Mayhap I was foolish to expect otherwise, but our supplies run low and we have young ones in urgent need of care. I have seen the tents outside the gates, however. We are not the first to seek asylum, nor will we be the last.
Dude, her outfit is so bitchin'. I love it. It looks super cool.
Be that as it may, Ul'dah is no friend to Garlemald. Your tale would stir the hearts of many men and women here. The Sultana and the Syndicate will not be so easily swayed, but I shall see that you are granted an opportunity to plead your case.
This is within your power?
Well, far be it from me to boast, but I do have the ear of certain influential individuals.
I am in your debt.
Lady Yugiri, forgive me for observing, but your choice of attire seems like to evoke feelings of mistrust.
Men are wont to fear the unfamiliar. We know this from experience. We seek only to spare the people of Ul'dah unnecessary disquiet.
I shall defer to your experience, then.
I thank you for your understanding.
It seems I have urgent business with the Flame General. I leave our guests in your capable hands.
If I may, madam, as I said earlier, we have been at sea for several moons, and our supplies are all but spent. I have not the heart to repeat the tales of our tribulations, nor would it please you to listen to them, I think. Suffice it to say, however, sacrifices have been made. Though it shames me to beg for more than you have already offered for you have already offered so much, desperation compels me, good madam. If you or your associates could spare any provisions, anything at all, I would go a long way to lessen the suffering of my people. Hey, we can do it. We can deal with that. No worries. Hells, why didn't you say so sooner? Oberkoso helped, but you couldn't have picked a better day to tell the truth. Wealthy merchant and his entourage were due to have a banquet here on the morrow. See, but they just sent word they can't come. I mean, I have a boatload of foodstuffs as no one to feed. But still, they paid for the lot in advance. Haha. Go and call on Fredera and Catherine at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. Tell them I said to ship the princess's orders to the waking sands. Oh, and if they argue, just show them these letters. That should set them straight. Talk like a normal person. Lords have mercy. That's rather odd. Crafts may have you misheard her instructions. You know, you shouldn't encourage them like this. They'll start to expect that you mark my words. Hey, take it easy. This family dungeon is the best way to level up if MSQ or job quests are not available. Yes, pretty much. The highest level dungeon up to 50 will usually give you anywhere from like a level and a half to 2 levels. So, dungeon spamming is pretty much. Also, if you haven't, the frontline daily also gives a ton of XP, so this is also worth doing. I don't know if you like PvP or not. It's not so bad. So yeah, those dungeon spamming and then do your daily stuff. She's in the business of feeding refugees now. I ain't normally one to question Mistress Momidy's judgment is wise. I'll not speak for the children, but if you ask me, any man who can't earn a crust deserves to go hungry. Oh, that would make sense. Then yeah, just dungeon spamming. You'll get levels plenty fast, don't you worry. I mean, I got warrior and monk and nearly bard all up to 50 this week and just spamming dungeons, so it should be no problem. What do you have to unlock? Oh, that's my level 52 job quest. Wait. They didn't give you any trouble, did they? Good. No, go and tell Lady Yuguri it's all in hand. I dare not hope for such magnanimity, much less expected. Mistress Momedy is generous indeed. I shall be sure to thank her most humbly. Oh, she's an aura. I just noticed her tail. Lady, you agree? I briefed the Flame General on your situation. I think you will be pleased with his reply. We have been granted an audience. Before the Sultan and the Syndicate both, we will return to the royal prominence at once. You have done much for us, Master Alphanot. I swear we shall return the favor. Not as owed, Lady Yuguri, for naught has been given. The small favor you fairly won with your words is with words that you must win the favor of the Syndicate. Then I shall choose them with care. You will be accompanying us, yes? Good. Your presence may serve to remind the Syndicate of the true of philanthropy, and that nothing so unpalatable will be required of them, assuming the Domans are willing to earn their keep come the Flame General awaits us at the Royal Promenade. If you're on the cusp of max levels with an X-Max, do the level ×7 dungeon instead of the 9 times dungeon for maximum. Okay, that's good advice. Thank you, Lucian. Also, how are you doing today? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, friend. I swear, I always feel so dead on Mondays. I am the samurai. A pleasure, Obro. The others are already inside. Let's not keep them waiting. Am I so blessed to another voice cutscene, please?
I, Yugiri of Doma, am honored to meet you at last, Your Grace. To mark this auspicious occasion, I should like to present to you the finest treasures our humble nation has to offer. Alas, the circumstances which have brought me here today have divested me of both time and dignity. I come before you as a pauper in direst need of aid, to request that you grant my people asylum.
I, Nanamo, 17th in the line of Ul, welcome you to our city. Be at ease, Lady Yugiri. Although I myself have heard the tale of your misfortune, I would ask that you recount it once more for the benefit of the others here present.
As you wish, Your Grace. For many years, my nation, Doma, suffered under the yoke of imperial rule, and my people yearned to be free. Thus, when a war of succession broke out in Garlemald, we sought to take advantage of the chaos and reclaim our liberty. Alas, our enemy proved less preoccupied than we had hoped, and our rebellion was put down in the most brutal fashion.
Those who survived, how many do they number?
More than 200 souls huddle within the cramped confines of our own galleon's hold. Yet this figure accounts for but one of a number of ships which escaped the Purge. It is my hope that you will allow us all to dwell within your walls. Should that prove unfeasible, however, I humbly ask that you accept as many of my people as your resources allow. Pray understand, we do not beg a boon, but propose instead an arrangement. We would serve as soldiers or tradesmen until our debt is repaid.
What are the Syndicate's opinions on this matter?
I, for one, think it's a marvelous idea. Lady Yugiri and her people strike me as an industrious lot, and there are parts of the city which have yet to be fully restored. If they are willing to work, I see no reason not to let them.
The head of the Mirage Trust is not known for his generosity. He sees profit in this.
I agree. That said, these are foreign refugees. To admit them would require a formal resolution. Shall we call a vote?
The law is the law.
Lord Lolorito?
Tell me, are you blind or willfully ignorant? Even now, our streets are choked with the displaced victims of the Calamity and Alamigan refugees. They live hand to mouth, subsisting on aid provided by the immortal flames, the cost of which grows ever higher. The wealth of Ul'dah is not without limits, my friends. And need I remind you that these refugees are prone to violence and criminal activity? You have all read the reports, I think. Without homes or employment, it is only a matter of time before men grow desperate and take that which they imagine has been unjustly denied them. Yet, knowing this, you would have us swell their ranks. Mayhap you think the brass blades and the flames are not hard-pressed enough?
Some say the chairman of the East Aldenard Trading Company passes Gil thrice daily. This may explain how he came to be the wealthiest man in Ul'dah. Or it may simply be that he's ruthless beyond reckoning.
Surely the Sultanate can support the few hundred domins Lady Yugiri represents. That our resources have been taxed, I do not deny. But we are hardly in danger of financial collapse. I move that an exception be made.
An exception, Your Grace? I am suddenly reminded of a similar debate some years ago regarding a number of Alamigan refugees, if memory serves. What were your words that day? Yes, the law is the law. And so our visitors remained in Little Alamigo.
See, I'm liking this. I like this political discourse that's going on in the game now. This is interesting.
Mayhap our wise and benevolent Sultana would be so good as to enlighten us as to which other of our laws should not be upheld.
Mind your tongue, Lolorito.
My lord, I share your concern for the welfare of our great nation, but we must endeavor to take a longer view. You know as well as I that people can be a resource still more precious than gil.
Precious or not, they were never yet so reliable. And unlike those who frequent your establishment, I have no desire to gamble with my future.
Sorry, boys.
Ul'dah's greatest asset is, and has ever been, her material wealth. We risk this at our peril. One need only look to Teleji Adeleji's example for evidence of the danger in allowing sentiment to dictate policy. How far the vaunted Mirage have fallen, both in repute and profitability, since he began employing refugees.
How I choose to conduct my affairs is not your concern, my lord.
A proposal has been tabled. Given its urgency, I move we forego further debate and call a vote. To accept the Doman refugees or not. Those in favor, I bid you remain. Those opposed, I bid you leave.
that it were within my power to welcome you and your people, Lady Yugiri. As you have observed, however, my authority in such matters is regrettably limited. Without the consent of the Syndicate, I cannot act.
I understand, Your Grace. And I appreciate all that you have done on our behalf.
The nerve of the man! If that bastard had not forsaken the eastern trade route, little Alamigo would now be thriving. Oh, that you should have traveled so far under such dire circumstances, only to be refused in this manner is utterly unconscionable. Pray, accept my sincerest apologies.
Now that the Empire no longer poses an immediate threat, they see little reason to maintain the pretense of unity. The Monitorists have grown especially defiant of late. Lord Lolorito most of all. But this is neither the time nor place for that discussion.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom, guys. Give me 1 second here. Okay, me back. As you observe, Lolorito is not afraid to speak his mind, nor is he like to change it. Oft have I wondered how a man so skilled at weighing the worth of things should be so capable of seeing the value in people. How and I always no more words than him now when the Domans are yet in need of aid. Everyone, follow me to the Hall of Flames. Sorry, just checking some stuff. So interesting. OBS doesn't show like bit donations and stuff like that, so I gotta check on my Twitch side of things when I'm streaming here and there to make sure I'm not missing anything. I apologize for that, guys. Sundry Splendor. What is this? Ah. Oh. No, it's all the magic stuff. Okay, cool. The Syndicate has spoken, and I see no point in moving that the matter be reconsidered. The Monteras have made the positions clear. Agreed, Ulda is not an option. Nor are limbs and limits or Gridani, I judge, given the state of their eternal affairs, which leaves our Doman friends confined to a ship. God's the thought of them huddled in an airless hold with no hope of better treatment. Would that I have more time to find an alternative, a place not bound by the concerns of the great nations. Minfilia, this is precisely what I wish to discuss. I understand the Syndicate's decision, I do. We all wish to preserve that which is ours, especially when we believe it to be under siege. But I cannot meekly accept this judgment, not will my people suffer. Would it be out of the question for the Sultanate to accept us for a limited time, a week mayhap, or even just a few days? Excellent, I shall keep you informed. Lady Yuguri, I have a proposal if you would hear it. Out with the Master Alphanod. The headquarters of my order, the Signs of the Seven Dawn, stands in a place called Revenant's Toll, an outpost in Mordona. Like most outposts, it is frequented by mercenaries and other men of action and lacks the comforts of more well-established settlements. However, the leaders of Revenant's Toll have been doing their utmost to change that. To that end, they have a need of able-bodied individuals willing to work as frontier hands, hard labor lest you doubt, with not safe food and shelter by way of reward. Terms not like those that would you yourself propose, Lady Yuguri. Though I will not hear a word against our beloved Ulda, Revenant's Toll would offer certain advantages, the absence of unhelpful bureaucracy being the most obvious. If they can accommodate us all, we shall gladly accept. Master Alphanad, once again I find myself in your debt. Pray do not thank me, my lady. The life your people go to is one of hard labor and few comforts, as I told you. As before that, where remains the matter of how they may safely be borne into Revenant's Toll, which will be no small feat considering the distance to their present condition. Mayhap the Uldon Adventurers Guild can be of assistance. Look for me there and on Obro. Lady Yuguri, if you and your people would accompany me, we may discuss what aid the Immortal Flames can provide. Do you guys want to be like my little emissaries? Should we travel the world? I am a samurai. Unironically, when I replayed when I played through the Final Fantasy Tactics remake, my main job was the samurai, so we were concerned about the Doman refugees may find the journey to Revenant's Toll too much to bear. Too long have they been sequestered aboard the ship with insufficient supplies and scarce room enough to breathe, let alone stretch limbs. With that in mind, Mistress Momedy has kindly offered to accommodate the Domans till such time as they are ready to set out for Mordona. Those healthy enough to travel will embark as soon as transportation has been secured, while those too weak to leave at once will be permitted to stay until they regain their strength. What news? Transportation remains our greatest obstacle, General. It is there aught the Immortal Flames can do. I fear the XIVs are a mandate. Were it a smaller number, mayhap it would go unnoticed, but the Syndicate will not bear the cost of escorting more than 200 Domans to Mordona. What government fails to act, the responsibility falls to our private citizens. I will engage the services of the 77 caravans of the Doman's behalf. Very well, we should begin contract negotiations at once. Their generosity is most welcome, my lord. After all that has befallen these good people, it's the least I can do. Come what may, you shall ever have a friend of in Ulda, Lady Uguri. And you in reverence told, my lord. I love the subtle hint in at the ARR. Dude, that was probably so hype for people who were playing through this before Heaven's War came out, where they were like teasing, because obviously Uguri is an ARR because of the tail, but they wouldn't have existed in the game yet. That's so cool. But sounds like we have all our work to do. Lady Uguri, let's put our heads together and settle the details of our arrangements, shall we? I would entrust the task of escorting Doman's friends to you after you have rested your own road-weary legs, of course. What say you? As we speak, the Domans prepare for departure of Vesper Bay, wherefrom they will be transported by carriage to Ul'dah. That said, this has been decided rather suddenly. It would be not a surprise to me if the refugees required some assistance coordinating their preparations. Overall, I would have you return to Vesper Bay and facilitate the process through tasks great and small. In short, whatever needs to be done, do it. Speak with a man named Hosen when you arrive. As Lady Uguri tells it, he has been designated the leader of the first group. There's just something about this game that just makes you feel so at peace, I swear. Until you get thrown into a trial or something and you're stressing. Greetings, Alphana informed me that a scion would be arriving to help with the preparations. I am honored to meet you, though shamed as well. A great warrior should not be tasked with such trivialities. I knew from a glance what manner of woman you were. I too have some skill at arms, as do many of our people. Pray forgive this trifle. But might I trouble you to help round up the children that have been given into my care? They are most adept at staying hidden from my sight, but perhaps your keen eyes will succeed where I have failed. You have my thanks, friend. Pray seek my son Yosin. He can tell you more. Oh, hello there. I'm Yosin, son of Hosen. Will you be coming with us to Ul'dah? I hear we're traveling by horse for a drawn carriage. But don't you think they're queer giant birds that people ride like horses? I still want to try riding one, but what's that? You're looking for the others? Don't worry, I already told them to get ready for the carriages. I'll need your help, though. We were just finishing a game of hide and seek. 3 players are still in hiding, and since Lady Uguri told us to take it really seriously, they won't move until they're found, but Vesper isn't that big, so I bet you can find them in no time. No, I mean, there are other stressful things. That's true. I know this story will absolutely destroy me at some point, too. But there are just moments like in Vesper Bay where like the peaceful music, and I just love seeing all the NPCs and stuff. It's awesome to me. Alright, let's find the kids. Damn, they are good at hiding. You're not Yosin. Who are you? I'm Koharu Obro say I didn't know anyone else was. Wait a minute, you're one of those stallions, aren't you? No, science. Then you must know Lady Uguri, right? Isn't she great? She really good at hide and seek too. Oh right, it's almost time to go. Nice meeting you, Obro Karshans. Are you playing? No, Ferriosen didn't say anything about adults. Huh? We get to ride a horsebird carriage? I don't know, it sounds scary, but if Yosen said it's fine, I'll go. How'd you find me? But I guess I need to practice more. Maybe you're just good at this. I mean, the Garleans didn't find me. Well, that's just depressing. No, nothing bad happens in Final Fantasy 14. Oh, I know bad stuff happens. I don't think I've like cried on stream yet, so I'm excited for a game to actually break me. Wonderful, all the children are accounted. Hide and seek. Yeah, I see they are curious. They're quite simple, really. Lady Ugri thought it best that the children know what to do in case the Garleans found us. I should hope that these days are behind us, but I nevertheless take comfort in knowing that we are prepared. The first caravan is due to depart shortly, followed by the rest at regular intervals. My family and I, including my stubborn old father, Homai, will be traveling in the lead carriage together with young Koharu, whom I believe you've already met. Though I understand the road of Ul'dah is regularly patrolled by your brass blades, it would give us great comfort if you'd agree to accompany us on our journey. Once again, I thank you for your kindness. When you're ready to leave, please inform our coachman. Well, we already assume shit's gonna hit the fans, so... Eager to be off, are you? Well, I was meaning to have a word with you about that. Runner from the brass blade says we might have a problem. Fierce-looking beast you've been sighted south of the bridge to Hammerlea. Might be as someone's eye are playing tricks on, but of course, but I don't pay to gamble in the business. Now, I know you can hardly handle yourself in a fight, but this lot, here's another story. So I was thinking you might go on ahead to have a quick look around, make sure this area is safe. And if you come across anything dangerous, you know what to do. When you're satisfied the way's clear, meet us outside Horizon. The blades tell me that the road there's safe, so I reckon we make it that far on our own, assuming the self-same bastards don't try to rob us, that is. I want this game to emotionally destroy. I'm just saying, if anything happens to Ida or Yasholta, I always get mixed up on it. I will physically fight someone, as well as Lady Ugri now. Everyone is going to die. Everyone. No spoilers, though, chat. No spoilers. Y'shtola, that's what I thought. Y'shtola. So there was a BC was being the operative word. Haha. Well fought, madam. Well fought. If only I were in better health, I should have been proud to stand at your side. Pay my son no mind. He forgets that his responsibility precludes acts of daring do. Be that as it may, I cannot help but envy you. Had we been able to call upon heroes of your strength and skill in Doma, things would have been very different. But we cannot change the past. Those who fought and fell are forever lost to us. Lost but not forgotten, Lady Ugri's kinsmen least of all. They fought fiercest, though they knew full well it was in vain. She had every right to walk away, yet she chose to stay. Food, shelter, the promise of better life, all this and more we owe to her. How does one even begin to repay such a debt? And kind Father, to she who has given everything, we shall give our all. Whatever work there is to be done, we shall do without question. Ditch digging, bricklaying, it matters not. Revenant's soul will grow and prosper by our hands. Hey, Miss Obro, Koharu and I want to know why you became an adventurer. To amass a fortune. Money, yeah, yes, I want money too. I could do a lot of things if I had some, well, any. It's my turn now. Excuse me, Miss Obro. I've got a question. What's Revenant's Toll like? Is it pretty? Hey, it's a bustling outpost frequented by... Isn't a bustling outpost frequented by countless adventurers? You mean there are lots of people who are just as strong as you? Oh, I can't wait. Enough, Koharu. It is my turn again, Miss Orber. When I'm older, I want to be strong like you. What do I have to do? Train every day. Aha, so my father was right. How do you do it? Then come on, tell me, and don't leave anything out. All right, that's enough questions for Miss Obro. That's not fair. Why does Yosen get to ask two questions? I want to know what adventuring just as much as he does. Just one more, please. Do you think I could be an adventurer like you one day? Really? Then I will. Thanks for your advice, Miss Obro. I won't forget it. I'm going to be an adventurer too. When we get to Revenant's Soul, let's make our Adventurers Guild for Domans. We'll protect our friends and punish the wicked, just like Miss Obro and Lady Yuguri. Yeah, just like Miss Obro and Lady Yuguri. We can talk more about it in the carriage on the way. Will you be joining us? Mm-hmm. That is a cute interaction. I like that. Wait, someone said there's new gorilla songs out? Hello? No, just the two on their new album. I already heard them. Excuse me, you said what now? Wait, what did I say? What did I say? What did I say, Matt? I forget. Oh, yeah, the Gorillas. The Gorillas are my favorite band, artist, whatever you want to call them, of all time. I've been listening to them since I was in elementary school, and they've been my favorite since then. I do too. Someone said that there were new songs out, and it's just the two on their new album. Oh, I was so disappointed. Oh, bro, I take it for the first script has arrived. Excellent. Is there aught else? No, I have matters well in hand here. You and Lady Yuguri should travel to Revenant's of Fourth Ward. I really like both the new songs on the album, though. I'm really excited for the new album. It's past time Lady Yuguri met with the guild representatives and Revenant's Soul. Since I do not foresee any further matters arising here in Thanalan, which might require your personal attention, I would have you serve as an escort to the Doman delegation for the duration of the journey. Speak first with Slaffborn upon your arrival. He's the one with whom the Domans will be working most closely, I should think. Afterwards, introduce Lady Ugri to Manfilia and the Guild Emissary. If both meetings go well, the resulting ties should stand the Domans in good stead, for which is to come. Safe travels, Obro. It's too damn warm, dude. It's supposed to be cold, and it's like, what? How warm is it out right now? It's in the 50s. It's too damn warm at this time of the year. There's times we used to have snow this time of the year. Makes me sad. Like, I'm not like super like loving of the cold, but like I kind of want it, you know? And this must be the esteemed Lady Ugri and her associates. I greet you all as friends and bid you welcome to the toll. I hope you do not find our dearth fineries off-putting. Poor though we may seem, we have a wealth of spirit and camaraderies to spare. See, race and creed don't enter into here. We welcome all sorts, provided they are willing to earn their keep, of course. We are no strangers to hard work, Master Slaffhorn. You may rest assured that we will carry out your orders with due diligence. Oh, not for a moment did I doubt your commitment, my lady. Pray understand I give the same speech to all new arrivals, and you needn't bow your head or call me master either. We are both frontier hands as far as I'm concerned. As you wish, Slaffborn. May this meeting mark the beginning of a long and fruitful relationship. Our guests have yet to meet the antecedent. 7 hells over, why are you wasting time with me? See them to the rising stones. How's the weather in Canada right now? To whom much is given, much is expected. Forgive me, I require a moment to compose my thoughts before meeting with your leader. We shall join you at the rising stones anon. There's no use. Our attempts to reach the students of Baldesion continue to meet with failure. Oranger has explored other avenues of inquiry, but they too have yielded naught. We will persevere, of course, yet within our hearts the truth is clear. We are but awaiting confirmation of which we already know. How fare the Domans? I am given to understand we kept quite busy in Vesper Bay. Mayhaps you question the wisdom of aiding refugees within when the primal threat remains unsolved. I should not blame you if you did, nor would I deny that this matter falls outside our normal purview. Be that as it may, I could not ignore the plight of these refugees, not when it was within our power to help them. Lady Ugri is here. Please show her in. I should very much like to meet her. We have no objections. Pray do so with our blessing. You answer please with me beyond words, milady. Are you quite certain? We have no way of knowing how many might answer my summons. In the event that the Revenant Soul could not come in an assault, we would need to find an alternative solution. Should that come to pass, we will find it together. As ever, it has been a pleasure antecedent. Alas, we must take our leave as the first carriages are due to arrive at any moment. Should you require aught else, pray speak with Slaffhorn, Lady Ugri, Obro. Oh yeah, I did. It's been too warm. It's like in the 50s right now, and normally it's down to like the 30s this time of the year, so it's been just hell. Because like I'm not like the biggest fan of the cold, but like at this point we kind of need it. You know, it's like it feels wrong. And it's been like that for a few winters now, where it's like we barely get any snow. It's super warm. Yeah, it kind of sucks. How's the weather in Canada been? Lemon and I will make all the necessary preparations to ensure that our Doman friends feel at home upon their arrival. Though I must admit that I am still troubled about the matter of the missing crystals. Yashola should be returning to Anon with a report from the field. Mayhap you could wait here and speak with her upon her arrival. Ida.
How goes the fishing? Caught anything slippery?
Aye. Our suspicions were well founded. The Serpent Reavers are indeed the culprits.
The plot thickens.
Has there been any movement in Thanalan?
It has been blessedly quiet, which is to say the Amalja are being no more or less of a nuisance than usual, summoning a fleet with such crystals as they have hoarded. Urianger, too, reports not out of the ordinary.
Then we have our explanation.
Your explanation for what, pray tell?
For the recent spate of crystal thefts in Thanalan, we naturally assumed that the trail would lead us back to the Amalja. Yet it did not. It led us across the sea unto Vilbrand.
Vilbrand? There have been reports of increased Sahagin activity of late. Oh gods, they mean to summon Leviathan?
That's what I figured.
That is the way of it, I fear. Whilst conducting our investigation on behalf of the mineral concern, we came upon evidence implicating the Serpent Reavers. With the aid of the Maelstrom, I was able to verify our suspicions. 'Tis only a matter of time before Leviathan returns to harrow the seas. But there is more. One of the Sahagin, an elder by my judgment, spoke of attaining the gift and knowledge of eternity.
Ugh.
Such a disturbance in the ether. If I did not know better, I should think this device defective. And there is the explanation.
Soon it shall begin. Our Lord shall rise midst surging waves to wash away the finless ones. And I shall be granted the gift and knowledge of eternity, and with the emissary stand equal. Then shall I know no cessation, no oblivion.
Whence comes this promise of immortality? The emissary? We have outstayed our welcome.
I remember Leviathan being a pretty cool fight.
The gift and knowledge.
Are the two of you quite well?
You shared that vision, did you not? Even before the Sahagin made mention of the emissary, I recognized Elidibus's words. He is behind this. But surely it is not within his power to grant the echo.
My lady, unless we act swiftly, Leviathan will rise again. The Admiral has already requested that we intervene to prevent this. Failing that, we are to attend to the Primal's extermination.
She will have our full cooperation. Let us make haste to Limsa Lominsa. I mean to play a part in this mission. Tataru, pray, take charge in my absence.
My lady, are you sure this is wise?
I am aware of the risks, but there is something I must see with mine own eyes. The true nature of the Echo.
Very well. I shall not stand in your way. On the condition that you permit me to accompany you as bodyguard.
Your company is ever welcome, Thancred.
I take it something ill is afoot.
Aye, a primal is about to be loosed upon Eorzea.
Primal?
A godlike being whose very existence is a bane upon the land. We scions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to put an end to their kind.
I see. Know then that I am learned in the arts of war. In return for the kindness you have shown my people, I would lend you my blade.
It would be most welcome. When contending with a primal, one can never have too many able allies. If you crave a more intimate understanding of the problems facing Eorzea, this experience is like to provide it. Be sure to come well prepared.
I wonder what job she's gonna be. I wonder if she'll be Dark Knight. Because she's already, like, referencing stuff from Heaven's Word to being an aura, so. Plainly, should the worst come to pass, the Leviathan is summoned, our only recourse will be to face him in battle. Given past experience, you may very well think the eventuality inevitable. Okay, so long as there is even a chance the Primal's return might be prevented, we must needs spend all our efforts towards achieving that goal. Before we do aught else, let us hasten to Limsa Lominsa and meet with the Admiral. She will not have been idle in the intervening time and will doubtless have valuable information to share. Just let me fight Leviathan. I'm ready. I'm ready to cook him. Admiral. Welcome, friends. I take it Yustala has appraised you of the situation. Let us waste no time then. According to our best intelligence, the Sahajin had no crystals enough to summon their gods. Last, we did not count on the Serpent Reavers venturing as far as Thanaland to supplement their cash. For short-sightedness, we are faced with the grim prospect of Leviathan's imminent return. Needless to say, I'm not inclined to let the fishbacks have their way. Oh my god. Even as we speak, the Maelstrom make ready to launch a large-scale operation to thwart the summoning. We should welcome the silent support in this endeavor. But if God's forbid our efforts can't come to naught, I will need to trouble you for more than mere support, much as I did when Titan last walked these lands. Lady Mephilia, I'm given to understand that you mean to accompany our soldiers to the front lines. I can only assume that you have sound reasons for doing so. I do, Admiral, but I would rather not be drawn on their nature. I will say only that there's something I would see with my own eyes. Is that so? Well, I am not so stubborn as to deny the wish of one whose aid I require. But precautions must be taken. I require that you remain by my side at all times. With that settled, let us speak of the operation. Private Karshans, our scouts, are currently racketeering Sahajin movements with the Sapsa spawning grounds. Upon completing their mission, they will return to the operating staging point at Camp Skull Valley. I want you to make your way there forthwith, that you might be appraised of the latest intelligence. The latest intelligence commander, Falkbrita, has charge of the garrison. I expect you to sign on the 7th Dawn. On behalf of the men and women here, I thank you for your cooperation. The safety of our citizens is paramount. With your aid, we will prevent Leviathan's return. As you may already know, Maelstrom scouts have been dispatched to reconnoiter the steppes as spawning grounds. Though it pains me to admit it, Maelstrom have never faced a foe like this before. We must proceed with all due caution. Among other things, we've orders to determine where Leviathan might emerge, assuming it comes to that, and yet their return is long overdue. I fear that all ill may have befallen them. For better or worse, we must ascertain their fate. It is not too much to ask. I would have you aid us in that search. 5 scouts ventured into Sapsa, all told. Here, take the flask of restorative to tend to those who may have been wounded. Though it pains me to even consider the notion, if they have perished, circumstances permitting, I ask that you recover their bodies. By no means venture too deep into enemy territory, however. We can ill afford to lose you at this juncture. Thank you, I owe you my life. We were ambushed by the Serpent Reavers, lightly armed as we were. We didn't stand a chance. I was able to flee this far, but the others were captured. They were taken to the Serpent's Tongue. I'm certain of it. I can make my own way back to camp, but I fear the worst for my comrades. Save them, I beg you. You hate to see it. Good men dying. I can't handle it anymore. Damn the bastards. You're returned. Thank you. Thank the navigator. When I landed, you were to the Serpent's Tongue by yourself. I feared you and me an untimely demise. Tell me what became of the others. Dear gods, these wounds were not intended to kill, but to torture and maim. Does the savagery know no bounds? Enemies who know they go too far. I dread to think that what may have become of the 2 who remain unaccounted for. I pray they haven't suffered the same evil fate. At the very least, one of my men came back alive, and for that I owe you my thanks. The price we paid was dear, but we have the intelligence we need. If you speak, the Admiral finalizes the details of our operations. The war horns will sound any moment now. Be ready for the sally forth when they do. Thrice damn fishback bastards. I'll kill them slowly and then chase their rotten souls through all 7 hells. Peace, Commander, we are here for a purpose, and vengeance is not it. I want you to mind it at the task at hand, Savvy. My apologies, Admiral. You may count on me to keep a clear head. Good. According to our sole surviving scout, the Sahajin and their thralls have already begun to amass the Aetherite in the depths of Sapsa. If we are to act, it must be now. The men are ready, but we but await your orders, Admiral. As predicted, the Sahajin have tightened security in and around the spawning grounds. Portal assault is like to be met with fierce resistance. However, you're not so artless as that, Commander. We shall divide our forces and strike them hard as fast as at key locations. Remember, our ultimate objective is to take the Saps Aetherae and eliminate the Sahajin priest presiding over the summoning. We are not here to kill them all. It's in the low 40s today. See, I feel like it's pretty warm for Canada this time of year, right? Like, am I crazy? Maelstrom shall engage and distract the Sahajin's Legion and drown pirates of the Serpent Stone. Commander, you have charge over this effort. Be mindful that the lay of the land there is devilish. For attacking forces, let the foreign levy spearhand the assault and have subsequent units fan out to cover their flank. At the self-same moment, a diversionary squadron formed of galleons from the Crimson Fleet shall harry the enemy from offshore. And likewise, we Science shall form the smaller unit in hopes of confusing the Sahajin defensive effort. Oberyn Ystala, you two are to make your way to the site of the summoning ritual. The Admiral's diversion should serve to thin the enemy's defenses, rendering your path less perilous. Small party, I believe, should be able to win through without drawing unwarranted attention. Anchored in Yugiri, your mission is to lure as many Sahajin as possible out of the spawning grounds. Having done so, take your heels and circle around to join the infiltration unit of Ystala and Obro. When all has been set in motion, I myself shall cut a path to the Aetherae, accompanied by Lady Minfilia, as we agreed. Well, don't let me keep you friends to battle. It's okay. Quebec the Tep is trending up year over year. Yeah, same here. Like 5 winters ago, like right now we'd be like damn near like either have had snow or like it's cold enough that it could snow. Every year though, it just gets warmer and warmer here. And last week did we fight side by side, bro? Too long ago I weren't, but come on, let us away. Away. I must away. I'm not interested in your damn fate. Your damnable fate. Pray do not concern yourself till this but a glancing blow come. The eighth raid is close at hand. Let us press on.
Damn them. They have made thralls of soldiers and civilians both.
Did I miss much?
Oh, so she's a ninja. Nice.
So that is how you fight in the Far East. Mental note, pick no quarrel with Domans. But seriously, if I am to keep up, I must needs forsake elegance for efficiency.
Yo, Thancred's got that dog in him, bro. I mean, Yugiri got that dog in her too. Holy. Yeah, I think they got it. They seem more than capable. Holy.
You'll forgive me my lateness.
Okay, this game's just aura farming now. This game is literally just aura farming now.
I've been something of a liability of late, I know. 'Tis high time I set about making amends.
Long have you shriveled Swordwalkers tormented our kind. But no more! Your time is at an end! You shall perish with salt in your wounds and sea in your lungs. Lord of the world, hearken to our plea. Lord of the world, deliver us from our misery.
Do you feel that?
I know this sensation. It's the echo.
What? Such power! It is transcendent!
Summon hells.
Strike me down if you will. It is futile. I have mastered the gift. I am eternal.
He is eternal.
Oh, mighty Leviathan, ruler of the seas, born of waters primordial, I offer unto you this frail flesh, that you might grant your faithful servants deliverance. I beseech you, come forth!
Die, damn you!
Foolish shorewalker! You cannot kill that which is eternal!
Row, that's Leviathan.
Heavens forfend.
Damn it all!
My being ebbs away. But it should by right be infinite. Am I not immortal? Curse you, emissary! You promised me everlasting.
Where did he go?
What say you? Nary a single ship? Hells take that sea demon. Gather the survivors and get to shore. Leave the wrecks for the pirates. Leviathan wastes no time. The diversionary squadron is lost. For a mercy, 'twould seem the Primal now makes for open sea. But why does he not press his advantage? Unless... God save us. He means to unleash a tidal wave.
Monka. Understand, I speak no normal wall of wire. That which Leviathan makes ready to conjure carries more destructive power than odds seen in nature. Enough to raise entire coastal settlements. If his last attempt is any guide, we cannot suffer history to be repeated, yet how is the so hells are we to prevent it? Though our plight cries out for action, we must take that. So long as Leviathan remains in the open, she is effectively beyond our reach. Our fleet is second to none of that, you may be sure, but Liliman herself would struggle to best the Lord of the Whirl in his elements. In a straight fight, we would make meat and march wood of us. We need another plan. That much is plain. Let us return to Limsa if we cannot think of one. I shall await you in the command room.
There used to be a hamlet beyond South Tidegate in western Lanosha. Halfstone, 'twas called. Some years prior to the Maelstrom's founding, Leviathan rose from the briny depths and set about unleashing watery hell upon us. On that occasion, The Company of Heroes put him down before he could do too much damage. But when the bastard came next, this time in the wake of the calamity, we were not so fortunate. Weary of ravaging our shoreline, he summoned a tidal wave which fair leveled Hearthstone and washed the soil away for good measure.
The area was subsequently occupied by the Sahagin.
Aye, the thrice-damned creatures transformed it into a spawning ground for their brood. Given the quantity of crystals stolen to feed him and his legion of thralls, we can be fairly sure that Leviathan is stronger now than in his previous incarnations. If that sea demon is left to wreak havoc, what befell Hearthstone may well befall a larger settlement, even Limsa. That cannot happen. The Primal must be stopped.
That was ever our objective, Admiral. But how are we to achieve it? The sea is Leviathan's uncontested domain. The ships of the 3rd Squadron could not close to within 100 yards of the Primal, nor could their cannons pierce his defenses.
I have read the reports, Master Thancred. Our warships may as well have been bloody pleasure barges for all the good they did. 7 hells! Is there no way that we might strike back?
The Company of Heroes defeated Leviathan, having first lured him into an inlet, but we must needs contend with him upon the open sea. It will avail us little to consult past experience.
Admiral, if I may.
Speak freely, Marshal.
By all accounts, Leviathan's most formidable weapon is the very sea itself. Waves and whirlpools, tides and currents, all these things are his to command. The key to victory, I believe, lies in disarming our foe. This, in effect, is what the Company of Heroes achieved with their ruse. We cannot lure Leviathan from the sea a second time. But what if we could weaken his hold upon the element of water? I have heard of devices capable of such wonders. They draw upon the power of corrupted crystals, I am told. If mounted upon a ship, such a device might be used to prevent Leviathan from bringing the full force of the sea to bear against us, rendering him no more dangerous than any other sea serpent.
Of course! Sid built a similar device to grant the Enterprise safe passage through Garuda's Tempest, did he not?
Begging your pardon, my lady, but to give credit where it's due, this is something I heard from an old arcanist friend of mine.
It makes little difference who thought of it first, so long as it works. Beg the specifications of this device from your friend, and I shall pass them on to our people at Naldic and Vermelis. But before we proceed any further, I would voice one concern. Piercing Garuda's defenses is one thing. Suppressing Leviathan's attacks, quite another. In matters of science, I am as a babbling babe, but I cannot well imagine that such a feat would be possible without a veritable mountain of corrupted crystals. The question being, do we have a ship big enough to bear such a burden?
Mayhap not, Admiral, but two might. Recall you the tale of Mistbeard's greatest haul? It is said that he lashed 2 ships together, side by side, the better to bear his plunder. By your leave, we might attempt to repeat the trick. The gods know it would be quicker than building a new vessel.
Mistbeard did this. Truly, Marshal, upon the subject of the Pirate King, you are as a scholar.
Now, from what I have gleaned of these matters, the device will need to be in close and constant proximity to the target. To wit, we must lash our twin vessel to Leviathan.
Sorry, I'm not talking much, guys. The story stuff is actually very interesting.
This in itself will be no small feat. Ramming speed will be required, but given the weight of the cargo, that will only be attainable with the aid of a towing vessel. Suffice it to say, the task of piloting said vessel will entail considerable danger, and I would not ask it of another. I volunteer myself.
Will be dangerous for all involved, but we have no better recourse. Very well. Commodore, assemble the remnants of the fleet at Morabee Bay. Give priority to our soundest vessels. The repairs can wait. Storm Marshal Slafierson, command of the operation is yours. I want that twin vessel ready to sail post-haste.
At once, Admiral.
I'm sorry, the Admiral is the best of the leaders.
And then there is the small matter of slaying the beast. The fate of Limsa Lominsa rests upon your shoulders once again. Go well, warrior of light.
I love my character so much. Beings held as gods also exist in what you call the Far East. Legends tell us that they walk among us in days of yore, but I confess that I never truly believed them. That I should live to behold one is humbling and horrifying in equal measure. Now that I have come to face with the Primal, I do begin to understand why the Garleans fear them so. What is it? A message, Admiral. I judged it best that it be delivered at once. I'm listening. According to the Yellow Jackets, a man has appeared who claims to have defeated Leviathan. One of the company of heroes. The details are yet hazy, Admiral. We have dispatched one of our own to question the individual. I am disinclined to put any store by this claim, and even should it be true, it is as Yashalta says, none save the company of heroes have bested Leviathan, and we know how they went about it. If this man is of their number, what could he tell us that we do not already know? India, having wagered Limsa's survival on 2 ships, some rope, and a pile of crystals, can we afford to ignore this man? If his testimony could yield us any manner of advantage, should we not hear him? Damn it all. The Western vessel will soon be ready. We have no time to wait for the Maelstrom's report on the supposed Primal Slayer's claims. Oro, seek him out and learn what he knows. At the very least, it will spare you the torment of waiting on the reckoning in idleness. The man you're looking for is to believe to be a resident of the Great Fleet in Lower Lenosha. The Storm Private sent to question him should already be in the vicinity. May your journey prove fruitful. No, seriously, I would vote for her as president. Like I said, I am weirdly obsessed with pirates. So like a pirate admiral that's like honorable and stuff like that, I would vote for that in a heartbeat. I'd be a pirate in a heartbeat if I could. I ain't gonna lie, chat. Sailing the seas, oh my god. And I'm terrified of open water, but still. And I mean, I am terrified of open water. Open water is my biggest fear in the world. Fun little fact for you guys. It's this dweeb again. Now look here, you'll have your bloody sword after you carry the sack screen over the mill. But sir, what have you said before I had me pick those oranges for you, and before I mucked out the chocobo stables, and before I rolled the millstone over the mills? Also before. Not this dumbass again. Gods, man, I've worked 3 days straight without a wink of sleep. 3 days, and do you hear me complaining? But I suppose some of us just ain't made for the rougher stuff. Alright, I'll give you what you want. Never let it be said the old truck that made a generous soul. Now prick up your ears, because I would be repeating myself too modesty. Besides, there's only one. So much epicness a man could take in one sitting. You can the tale of Tractum's epic story over the dread primal Levic. Huge, make no mistake, to give you an idea. Oh my god, this guy's such a dork. When I fought him, I barely could see for all the brine he was pelting me with. Must have been a lagoon's worth of these. It's better not to question it sometimes, Matt. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes the less you know, the better. He knocked me trusty axe out of me hands at one stage. Of course, that proved to be a great mistake. What happened next? I grabbed him by the tail and tied him up in knots, but not wanting to take all the glory for himself. I let me mates and the country else handle the rest. Like I said, a modest as well as heroic, mayhap too modest. Now there's some because they never treat that you've got to learn to live with and make a best of a station, not the company though. It's you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean I was just enjoying the title shot. I take it back, everything I said. As never part of the company heroes, I'm no marauder. I'm actually a complete coward. I'm nothing. I'm a chocobo dung. I'm the maggots you find wriggling in a chocobo dung. I have to lie to women to tumble them, and they don't happen much. Me and members tiny. It's pathetic. Oh my. I sure as hell did fight Livavitas, but I have seen him with my own eyes. It was a fair few years back when I was working as a baker's hand. I was sure coming to was one day loitering about the harbor when I saw it. A great big massive sea serpent some miles off the coast with a fleet of galleons making straight for the cannon's fire, and I was so bloody scared I sailed myself right then and there. Oh gosh, just remember the day made me soil myself all over again. Hey wait, you're asking about Levis. It means you're planning to fight him, ain't you? Well, take care. He really is terrible, dreadful. I tell you, you're not careful, he'll end up in a gullet at the bottom of the sea. Why, you're worthless lying horse, and I can't believe you made me handle chocobo dung. Oh bro, this is merely for you to learn odd use against Leviathan. I beg your pardon. This is unfortunate. Anyway, I have tidings for you. The twin vessel is now complete. Wait you at the Morbi dry docks. Pray to make your way here as soon as you're able. How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? I'm told you, John, that the Grey Fleet proved fruitless. My sympathies last. I'll wager it served you to take the mind of the events of recent days, though. But enough of the nonsense. The moment of truth is upon us. The twin vessel, the Horlitter, I call her, is complete, and she surpasses all my expectations. In addition to her prodigious tonnage, she's been fitted with a platform that you and yours might maneuverably move her freely in battle. I would mention also that this is nigh unsinkable, but I'm not one to tempt fate. The Horlitter and her crew stand ready, my friend. Just give the word, and we shall bear you to Leviathan. It's game time. I know that look, you were ready. Having been constructed in some haste, the Horlitter may not be pretty, but I assure you she's capable. She's been fitted with what our friends at Naldic and Vimeli are calling an elemental converter. Assuming that thing works, I will use the power of the corrupted crystals on board to robify his hold over water. Depending on the battlefields, you may well need to activate the device manually. Keep that in mind. It is expected the Sahajin and their thralls will attempt to come to Leviathan's defense. Accordingly, the Maelstrom will once again employ diversions. Thancred and Y'shtola, I would have you assist in this effort. It is to fulfill its purpose. Your divisionary force must not want for numbers. By your leave, I would too volunteer my blade. We would welcome it, having seen you fight in subs. I dare say the fishbacks will find your presence highly diverting. Thancred and Y'shtola, if you would join the third levy, and Lady Ujiri the fifth. But what words have I for the woman who has made the sport of slaying gods? Only these. Go warily, for the sea is an unforgiving place to wage war. May the navigator guide you through the storm, warrior of light. I would echo the Admiral's sentiments and add a few words of my own. Know that we all have the utmost faith in you, Obero. May the crystal blessing keep you. All right, Leviathan, let's get it! All right, are you ready, chat? I remember jack shit about this fight, so this will be interesting. While we're finding a party, I'm gonna run to the bathroom quick. I am back. New boss equals banger music. Dude, they do not miss on music in this game. Do I have any positionals on this class? I do. It's from the flank. From the rear. Okay, I'll do my best to keep those in mind. Watching a streamer friend streaming raids. The music was always, dude. Like they literally do not mess with music in this game. Oh man, it's gonna be fun doing this on Samurai. I really haven't done much content on Samurai, even though I really enjoy the job. My first master is far proposed to I must because I have my doubts. Only now that the Orlitter is complete, so I consider the solution. I mean, I guess in the meantime. If there's anything I can craft. There we go. Oh, I don't have any wind crystals. No. Oh my god, that's so depressing. Well, chat, don't forget to remind me to buy wind crystals. At this rhythm, I'll miss the Leviathan. How do you mean, like you're gonna miss the fight? Are you like getting swamped with work stuff? Oh, hopefully it should pop in just a minute. Since it's only an 8-minute wait, we're at 5 minutes, so hopefully we get a queue pop soon here. Yeah, there it is. Ask him exactly. You just have to complain about it. It really does feel wrong not playing the code sometimes, but I do love my aura. She holds steady. Alrighty. Good luck, troopers. Oh my god, dude, like, this is giving me, like, oh, I hate open water, bro. Like, Subnautica is nightmare fuel for me. Oh, there it is, baby! Oh, that was it? Well, I was expecting that to be way harder. Two-player combat. How sweet of all. I know there's an extreme version, so that's probably much, much, much harder. The music did pop off, though. Yeah, it was quick. I mean, those guys all knew what they were doing, so. Knowing the urgency of your business, I thought it best to refrain from making conversation during the past few visits, but today I will permit myself a few words. I feel truly privileged to have had the honor of admitting a hero such as you. You're an inspiration to us all, madam. And on that note, the Admiral waits for you in the command room.
We Lominsons are sworn to strive, till sea swallows all. And swallow all it would have, had Leviathan prevailed. That we still strive now, we owe in no small part to you. Not for the first time, you have delivered Limsa Lominsa from the wrath of a primal. Never has our nation known a stouter ally. On behalf of my people, I give you my humblest thanks.
I would die for her.
'Tis meet that I give thanks to old Mistbeard, too, for his fine solution. Whatever else he may have been, 'tis clear he was a resourceful soul. Would that I had a man like him in my service.
Before I set foot in these lands, I had no inkling that the people of Eorzea contended with such mighty foes. Suffice it to say, their existence came as something of a shock, as did the idea that they could be defeated. This experience has served to remind me of the vastness of the world, and the boundless potential of man. Though I am but a refugee in this realm, I would fain be of use to you in your fight. Know that I am tutored in one of the foremost combat arts of the Far East. It may seem outlandish to the Eorzean eye, but should any of your people care to learn, I would be pleased to initiate them.
And I will see to it that they are grateful. I have no doubt that your knowledge and skills will serve us well. Besides, your art is not so outlandish as you think. Would you not agree, Master Thancred?
Naught escapes your searching eye, Admiral. Few are privy to this information, but Limsa Lominsa is home to a certain secret fraternity. Its members are trained in a form of combat, not unlike your own. By my judgment, it should not be beyond such individuals to adapt to the techniques I witnessed you employing with such admirable deftness.
I am heartened to hear this. I too noted a kinship between your style and mine own, though it seemed to me that you fought differently in the beginning.
I suppose I did. What can I say? I'm a man of many talents.
Though you may labor to believe it, Thancred was once something of a scoundrel who fraternized with the criminal class in these parts.
Yestola! You jest, of course.
By Jane Lynch. Hold on. Let me look up Jane Lynch quick. How did I not know Jane Lynch? I've seen her in so many things, and I could not imagine a better casting choice. That's insane.
But for a chance encounter with Alphino's grandsire, he might never have left Limsa Lominsa, or received an education in Sharlayan, or taken up his post in Uldar, which is where he trained in the blade, lest you wonder.
That'd be a sick casting.
Please.
It would seem there is more to you than meets the eye, Master Thancred.
Lady Yugi,
Thank her getting all embarrassed.
I am
That's
told
funny.
that you and yours came to Eorzea seeking permanent resettlement, and that many domins have since been engaged as frontier hands at Revenant's Toll. Moderna is many things, but a place of refuge it is not. Know that I would like nothing better than to furnish your people with a new home here on Lominsan soil. Alas, racked by instability as we are, our nation is in no fit state to take you in. Yet I'll not have it said that we turned a blind eye to your suffering. Until such time as we can do more, I pledge to send provisions.
We are in your debt, Admiral. I realize that it scarce qualifies as repayment, but if it please you, I shall set about sharing my martial knowledge with your people at once.
Dude, the story in this game is getting so good.
You wished a word in private.
The better not to spoil the festive mood. History repeats itself, Admiral. As the kobolds did before them, the Sahagin resorted to summoning their god over a territorial feud. They acted in self-preservation. It may be that the Sahagin initiated this particular clash, but how it begins does not interest me so much as how it ends.
I have not forgotten our conversation, Y'shtola. I am aware that man bears part of the blame for the Primal's existence. Nor am I ignorant of the Sahagin's reason for acting. They sought to secure a place to breed and multiply that their kind might survive. Self-preservation, as you say. But we have as much right to live and thrive as they. If our own survival is threatened, are we to lay down our arms and welcome oblivion? Nay.
And so you kill, that you might live. Yet if living is a right, then that right belongs to all peoples, be they men or beastmen.
I'll not deny your reasoning, but when a storm gathers, it falls to me to see my people safely through it. That is my duty, and I shall do it.
I'm gonna leave for the gym. Have a great rest of the stream, bro. So I'll talk another time. Have a great time, Matt. I'll catch you in the next stream, brother. Have a great rest of your day.
As must we all, Admiral. Stay the course, then. But know that it will lead to no good end.
Man has ever put himself first and foremost. To justify his actions, he clads himself in the armor of righteousness, though it be a fancy of his own making. In this, mayhap the Garleans and we Domans are not so different.
Eorzea has become as a raging sea. If we are to keep our heads above the waves, we cannot scruple to drown the man next to us. When hopes of coexistence founder, strength must determine who has the greater right to live.
Oh, nice. The Admiral has informed me of the arrangement I have in my keeping a letter of introduction for Lady Yugiri. To the south stands a gate leading to a pier for smaller fishing vessels. Look for an inconspicuous Huron man there and present the letter to him. He serves as gatekeeper of sorts. Now, before you go, I am obliged to remind you of the member of the fraternity to which you would be introduced to abide in the shadows of Lumsen society. They value their independence more highly than pirates and are united by a bond stronger than mithril. To wit, they are invariably wary of new faces. Though it be penned by the Admiral herself, mere words on parchment will get you only so far into your confidence. You must work for every ounce of trust they place in you. But here is the letter. Go to the aforementioned place and show it to the aforementioned man. Oh, and good luck. If it's the Rogues Guild, then dude, I'm already privy with the Rogues Guild. You know what I mean? Okay, not the Rogues Guild. Most intriguing indeed. Got business in the adventure? So you're the one the Admiral sent word of. I was hoping I might catch a glimpse of Thank or two. Been a while since I saw the shy-eating grin, but with all the doe-eyed runches about, I expect he'd get his hands full. You must be the Far Easterner where Malwib says wants to train with us. Welcome to Limsa, milady. I'm Yugiri of Doma. It's an honor to make your acquaintance. I must confess, when first I learned of your organization, I had certain preconceptions as to the nature of your membership. It would seem I was mistaken. You're not the first person to say that. Last Lim's a city of pirates, to be sure, and pirates don't give two farts about keeping a spotless reputation. They hardly keep a secret society to do their dirty work. Might be as my people and I keep to the shadows, but we've got nothing to be ashamed of. It's simply better for business that we remain unseen. And so you have developed fighting techniques suited to this purpose, I see. Know that the practitioners of my R2 are denizens of shadow. 'Tis in stealth that our strength lies. This is much we might learn from one another, I think. Then what the seven hells are we waiting for? If you come with us, Yogari of Deuce Woods it, we cannot get acquainted in more private surrounds. How this didn't come out right, did it? Lady Ober, I shall remain with these people for a time, that I might study their ways. Though I am loath to be separated from my countrymen, I take solace in the knowledge that they are in the best of hands. You have been a true friend to us Domans. No words would suffice to express my gratitude. Ere long, I hope to begin imparting my martial knowledge to the people of Eorzea. When that time comes, it would be my honor to welcome you as a student. I'm so curious. Mecca and more has occurred since first I had beheld Orzea from the galleon's deck. Suffice to say, I did not envision the invite to play a part in noble struggle, but forgive me, I have kept you over long. Jealous you are pressing business of your own. Rest assured I no longer require an escort in this land. When next you meet Lady Midfilia, pray relay to her my humblest thanks. Would that I could do so in person, but I must needs fulfill my promise to the Admiral till we meet again, Warrior of Light. I wonder if she teaches you more ninja stuff post A Realm Reborn.
I have been reflecting upon the events which took place during our visit to Vilbrand. If you have a moment, I would share my conclusions with you. Please, bear with me. When the Sahagin Elder summoned Leviathan, he employed the power we have come to know as the Echo. Though I cannot well explain the how of it, it would seem he became immortal in so doing. When the Admiral subsequently slew him, his spirit emerged from his lifeless flesh, a consciousness shorn of physical form. Thus transfigured, he took up residence in the body of his minion with the ease of a man donning a favorite glove. Long have I known that the Echo allows one to pass through the walls of a man's soul, but never did I imagine that it could free us from our own flesh, nor less that our souls could then occupy the next corporeal vessel to take our fancy. It was of this that Elidibus spoke, an existence which knows neither cessation nor oblivion. And yet, though the Sahagin had mastered his gift and thereby become immortal, he was by no means invulnerable. As we both bore witness, he was ultimately absorbed into Leviathan. And the import of this observation? If the Ascians' mode of existence is indeed the same, it can be inferred that they too are not invulnerable, that they can be destroyed. There exists a legend which tells of souls who are reborn upon the cusp of each umbral calamity, that they might stay the encroaching darkness. To most, it is but a fairy tale, yet recent events have given me cause to wonder, could the legend in fact refer to the Echo? Much and more yet remains unknown, but I am confident that all will become clear in time. For the present, however, what matters is that the key to defeating the Ascians may at last be within sight. With Urianger's aid, it is my hope that I shall fathom this matter ere long. Oh, I was just about to send for you, my friend. Is Artemis?
Grave tidings from the Sharlayan motherland, my lady. It doth concern our distant allies, the students of Baldessian.
What of them?
My lady, the Isle of Val, which for many years hath been the Order's home, is no more.
No more? Whatever do you mean?
I relate only that which hath been conveyed unto me by our agents. An etheric wave of the highest magnitude was recorded in the region. Soon thereafter, 'twas observed that the isle had ceased to be. 'Tis postulated that a magic was evoked, like in power to Ultima.
12 preserve.
If there are no other matters, I move that today's meeting be adjourned.
It is done, my lord. I... Forgive my impertinence, my lord, but these orders, I am uncertain as to what end they serve.
Revolution.
Our friends, the very isle itself, everyone and everything. No, it avails us not to speculate. Erringer will send word if there are any developments. Until such time as he does, we must remain firmly focused on that which is within our power to change. With that in mind, I would speak on a different matter, one closer to home. It concerns etheric fluctuations which we had previously attributed to good King Mughal the 12th. The king is no more as a blessing for which we have you to thank. Yet all is not well in the 12th, with our latest readings reveal an ongoing etheric disturbance of considerable magnitude that may even suggest the presence of a primal. Needless to say, the mere possibility warrants immediate investigation. I would have you. Vasily, I do not wish to interrupt, but we have a problem. What manner of problem? A band of refugees hailing from Ul'dah this time are come to Revenant's Toll seeking asylum. It would seem they expect us to afford them the same treatment we gave the Domans. At present, they are in the 7th heaven awaiting a formal response. I see mayhap this was to be expected. I shall meet with them at once. Vasily, you know full well we haven't the resources to accommodate many more people. Consider what will happen if you do this. Word will spread and more will follow. Your opinion is duly noted, but I will hear their suit. However, I should be grateful for your presence at this meeting. I apologize for keeping you waiting. My name is Mephilia. I lead the Scions of the 7th Dawn. 12 be praised it is you. We're ready and willing to work, same as the Domans. Just give us a task and we'll see it done. Pray calm yourselves. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I know not of your situation. Beg your pardon, Antecedent. I ain't so good with words. We've been living off the scraps of Ul'dah for years now, trying to piece together a life to replace the one what got took. They say there's work, but there's not for an honest man, not as would sully his soul sooner than his palms any road. The flames do what they can for us, of course, but it ain't near enough. It's only getting worse. When the calamity brought us to our knees, those rich bastards in the city didn't help us they climbed on our backs. I don't pretend to be clever, but even I can see what's coming. I knew we had to run. The only question was where, and then it came to us, Revenant's Toll. I mean, you took the foreigners and didn't you, so you surely do the same for us. I fear the situation is rather more complicated. While it's true that we accepted the Doman's petition for aid, the decision was the product of extraordinary circumstances. I sympathize deeply with your plight, but pray understand it is not possible for an organization of our means to aid all who had been affected by the calamity. And it is so with great regret that I must deny your request. But we've nowhere else to go. You're turning your back on us. But I might have a word. Dr. Audimus? Ill tidings from Ul'dah, my lady. Alphanot has been wounded. What? How is it serious? I cannot say for certain, but I fear it might be. According to the flames, the refugees started a riot. They went wild, apparently lashing out at any and everyone. They can't be right. Why would they? They must have been provoked. The demonstration was meant to be peaceful. 7 hells and other blades have an excuse. They'll round us up and kill anyone who tries to resist. Antecedent, please, if you won't help us build a new life, at least help us keep the ones we've got. Milady. We are not ones to stand idly by and watch innocents suffer. However, until we know more of the circumstances surrounding this riot, I am not certain what aid, if any, we can provide. The authorities determine that the refugees attacked without provocation, then those responsible have to answer for their actions. How can you be so blind? Find Alphanot and quickly. He is in danger or worse. I would have you and none other by his side. And pray do not concern yourself with the matter we were discussing earlier. Eden and Papiamo will see to it. Alphanot is being treated at the Hourglass. Hurry, Obero. Sorry, boyos. I understand your plight. I really do. Oh.
Come, you must have gathered by now that Tataru is given to exaggeration. As you can see, I am quite well. Ul'dah, on the other hand, is not. This riot was anything but an isolated incident. There is a restlessness in the air. Tensions long simmering are at last threatening to boil over. Ul'dah is a nation infamous for the great disparity between the wealthy and the poor. The majority of the populace accepts this state of affairs because they believe that every man bears responsibility for his own lot in life. To an Ul'dan, money is the foremost, and some would say the only measure of a man's worth. Small wonder that the wealthiest wield the greatest influence. So where do the refugees fit into this social hierarchy? What place is there for those who fled Alamigo and the destruction of the Calamity? Plainly, there is none. They have no wealth, no power, and no worth. To the Ul'dan way of thinking, they may as well not exist. Choosing to ignore their existence, however, is patently not an option. General Rauban and the Sultana understand this, which is why they ordered the Immortal Flames to provide the refugees aid and succor. Yet none would dispute that the expenses incurred by this policy grow by the day, with no end in sight. This has prompted more and more Uldans to question their obligation to aid these worthless wanderers. While more and more refugees have come to resent their treatment at the hands of the sneering citizenry. The manner of Lord Lolorito's refusal to grant the Dolmens asylum bespoke a disdain for all refugees, an attitude shared by the rest of the monetarists. And you may be sure they make no effort to conceal their opinions. It was only a matter of time before the refugees united in protest. Nor is it any surprise that some among them would ultimately resort to violence. That the Immortal Flames should choose this of all occasions to engage in joint training exercises with the other Grand Companies. By the time they return, the situation may well have deteriorated beyond mending.
As I told you before, it was all but inevitable that an incident of this kind would eventually occur given the rising tensions within the Sultanate. Nevertheless, I have reason to believe that the particular riot may not have begun spontaneously. If I pique your curiosity, good. Then you will accompany me to the Hall of Flames. I would hear what General Bond has to say about upon the matter. Give me 1 second, boys and girls. Alright. Okay. Alright, just checking some stuff out. Okay. Oh, and one last thing I want to do. Okay. Just taking a peek at how far into the post-game story we are. Probably going to take us a few streams to get through it all, but every bit counts. I'm just, not that I'm not enjoying, I'm just excited to get in Evan's Ward. It's also nice having so much voice acting coming in now. That has been a saving grace to my voice. Now's not a good time, oh bro. My hands are full dealing with the refugees. Precisely the matter we wish to discuss, General. Alphanot, back on your feet already? You may credit my swift recovery to your, Chirurgeons. My memories of the ride are still somewhat muddled. I trust you managed to regain control of the situation. Not entirely, we secured the city soon enough, but not before the unrest had spread to the surrounding territories. Pockets of resistance remain throughout Thanalan. We sent what forces we can to spare to root out the last of the belligerents, but progress is slow. They are damnably elusive. I can well imagine, given the majority of refugees live outside the walls, it stands to reason they would know the lay of the land. What I do not understand is how they came to be so well prepared. Before my little accident, I observed that several of the refugees were armed, and not with butcher's knives or pitchforks, but with martial weaponry. I need hardly add that such equipment is costly, and none can deny the tensions between the Uldan citizenry and the refugee population have increased since the Domans were turned away. But would that motivate a starving man to purchase arms and lay of food? I think not. It would have those who have not even a single guild to spend. Who cannot survive without the aid provided by the immortal flame? Surely they would sooner sell a weapon than bring to bear it against their benefactors. Come to the point. Very well, my point, Gerald, is that the powder keg of discontent was not set alight by chance. These events were deliberately set in motion. And now order must be restored. This is my first duty until it is done. Any investigation can wait. I do not have time to discuss this. My scouts will be returning in on. The general is knowful. He keeps his own counsel, and with good cause. Were he to claim, without any necessary proof, that these riots were instigated by outside forces, the monitors would accuse them of attempting to shirk responsibility. After all, he and the Sultana had been the most outspoken proponents of refugee aid. Regardless, they will face harsh criticism in the days ahead. Our allies may stumble upon the truth in time, but I have far more faith in your abilities, Obro. Therefore, I propose we conduct our own investigation independent of the authorities. To that end, I would have you make inquiries on the settlements suspected of harboring belligerents. Commander Swift will know which they are. He may bulk up the request for such information, but I have no doubt that you can persuade him with your silver tongue. Meanwhile, shall seek answers in my own way, after which we can regroup and share our findings. What say, shall we? You look as though you have something to say, over it, do you? You ask us no simple favor. Were such information to fall into the wrong hands, the lives of countless soldiers would be at risk. Even so, there's wisdom in your words. An able individual may be better suited for the task than a regiment. Very well, the Brassblades have reported suspicious activity in the vicinity of Lost Hope. It may be unrelated to recent events, but we doubt it. I suggest you begin by speaking to the Blades posted here. Alright, with that, I will be right back, guys. I'm gonna find something to munch on. I'm pretty hungry, so I will be back momentarily. Alright, sorry, boys and girls, I am back. I was starving. What brings you here, adventurer? A search for refugees? Well, then you've come to the right place. You mean those refugees? Oh no, you won't find them here. Most of the people of Last Hope have come to accept their situation or are content to pass their days in peace and quiet. Outsiders have trouble understanding that, like the merchant who passed through recently, gregarious fellow, but awfully opinionated. Can't say it was sad to see him go. A friend of the Sultanate, are we? I take it that means something has read my report. The refugees who left the merchant have yet to return, and I am increasingly concerned that Zazawaka's suspicions were correct. You haven't the foggiest idea what I'm talking about, do you? Never mind. Speak you as Zazawaka. He'll explain everything. Zazawaka! Don't hurt me, I'm not one of them. I beg your pardon, you're not a flame, I see. If Lawford did you speak with me, then I take it you've agreed to help. Don't be praised for that, because we haven't a moment to waste. Everyone knows the flames are on the march. The others have fallen under the fanatic spell, but not I. Promises of revolution and retribution, of holding the ruling class to account, to taking that which is owed. How a childish fantasy. I did everything I could to dissuade the others from leaving, but few would heed my words. Now the one of our idealists have returned. However, the madness of the merchant's plan is plain for all to see. Look behind yonder tent and you understand why. Even now, he babbles incoherently, so traumatized he is by the bloodshed he witnessed. Try as I might, I can make little sense of the words beyond the fact that he was not alone in surviving, yet I have no doubt the merchant will lead the remainder to their doom. I beg of you, find them before he does. What are you doing? Don't draw. Why didn't you run away with me? We could have escaped together. You be here with me, be here to soothe me. Why you have to stay and leave me alone? Who are you? What do you want? It's true. I followed the merchant. May the gods strike me down for my folly. What they will not give you must take, he said. When we asked how you were able to cache weapons he had brought and implored us to seize control of our fates. I thought about running then and there, but the others were so excited, split us into two groups, sent us off on our own. But when the flames found us, we didn't know what to do. Our leader tried to parley with theirs, but then they started arguing and then fighting, and then everyone was fighting. The flames were shouting to give no quarter, and oh gods, the other group, they're still out there. If we don't stop them, they'll be massacred like mine was. The other refugees are hiding in the caves south of the Lost Hope, but to approach them would be fruitless. They would sooner call us ages than the Sultanate and try to kill us than listen to reason. Why, the twins might even deign to do the deed themselves. The pox on all bloody sellswords, they were supposed to train us to fight, but the ones he sent with us vanished during the struggle. Oh, if only we had never listened to that merchant's ridiculous claims. He said our cause was righteous, that the gods would suffer us to be defeated. Though they were forced to confront reality, that's it. Challenge the twins to combat, show my brethren that the strongest warriors are no match for one woman. Mayhap then they will agree to lay down their arms and renounce this plot. I said it once, I'll say it again. It's damn allergy season. Chatham Law. Seven hells, they found us. Everyone grab your mask and make for the rendezvous point. So, what, that's your game. Sorry, just when you last, but we're more to willing to kill ye ourselves. Excuse me, sir. I think you underestimate my power. You beat him like it was nothing, the almighty. What are we gonna do now? Guys, I'm a samurai. How can you challenge me? Ye fools! Ye damn fools! You've returned. Did you find my brother, and what of the twins? What happened? I see. Well, you had no choice. Better than a handful of them taking a beating from you than not the lot get butchered by the flames. Tell me, why did the merchant have to say when it was over? Huh, but where else would he be unless he went to Stone's Throw to recruit others? The merchant wished to approach the refugees in Stone's Throw, but was waiting until the flames withdrew their forces from the vicinity. Now that they have, there's nothing to stop him from continuing his work. How many more must perish in pursuit of the futile cause? How much more suffering must we endure before it ends? Find him, convince him to cease his mad quest. It will surely lead us to ruin. You damnable fools! Sorry, Jesus. Have sorry, jeez. You see my parents. They told me to stay here with the others. They said they'd be back soon, but it's been days. They left with the man from Ul'dah. The man said they were going to change everything, make it so we could live inside the walls with everyone else. I liked it when he said that. I didn't like it when he talked about making the rich people pay. Everyone looked so angry and I got scared. So, hey, miss, are you looking for someone? Looking for a merchant. You mean the man who left with my parents, but I don't know where he... Wait, look over there. I think that's him. Well, now, which of these gullible fools shall be my next victim? You, aye. He's getting away. Go get him, miss. You again, why are you pursuing me? Sedition, treason, revolution, that's preposterous. Who has filled your head with these lies? Refugees, the self-same refugees who terrorize the streets of Ul'dah? Ha. You have no evidence to prove your accusations? None. No, I will not accompany you to the Hall of Flames. You have no right to detain me. For the sake of argument, let us say I did do the things you claim. Surely you don't think I give a quirkin's arse about politics. It was business, only business. We both know I'm not the one you want, however. If you're going to protect me, I swear I shall tell you everything. The Aesians again? What's all this commotion? 7 hells. Tell the others to spread out and search there. The killer may still be close. Well, the Ventura would know more about the relationship with the victim as well as the events leading up to his death. The man was responsible for the recent riots. Mayhap we owe his murder a debt of gratitude. In any case, it's obvious you are not the one whom we seek. You may carry on with your investigation, Scion. Sorry guys, whatever I ate is like stuck on my throat. Okay, sorry, I am back. When you zero bro. Oh, bro, where is the merchant? Murdered, damn it all, the 7th Al. He was not simply murder, bro. He was silenced. Too many knew his face and he was ready to divulge his secrets. Do not despair, though. We may be closer to advent. I did find the true orchestrator of these riots than you realized. The Flame General left word that they were to proceed to the Fragrant Chamber. As soon as you returned, he wishes to discuss your recent discoveries as well as the results of our own investigation. Pastor Elfinod has already been informed and should be waiting for you outside. Pray proceed to the Royal Promenade and with all haste and speak with our Bartholomew. Hello, bear. A bigger man. Big man's just chilling, dude. I'm expecting you, madam. Please proceed inside.
Swift has kept us apprised of your recent activities. You've made great strides towards quelling the violence.
Despite our best efforts to determine what provoked this uprising, the truth continues to elude us. Have you uncovered aught which might shed some light on the mystery?
This information does not leave this room. The Syndicate's decision to reject the Doman refugees' appeal for asylum had lasting repercussions. A number of those displaced by the Calamity claimed it was proof of a policy of discrimination. Together with a group of Alamegan refugees, they organized a series of demonstrations to protest against the Sultanate.
Give me 1 second, guys.
Demonstrations which became heated, but did not descend into violence. Until a certain incident served as a call to arms.
A unit of brass blades sent to supervise a demonstration loosed arrows upon unarmed protesters. It was this atrocity which prompted the refugees to take up arms. I need not...
So you have followed.
We assumed at first that the attack was born of a miscommunication. When emotions run high, they happen. But suspicions were raised regarding the unit's commanding officer, whom I ordered interrogated. Sure enough, our fears were soon confirmed. The dog confessed that a merchant had offered him coin to give the order. A merchant in the employ of Teleji Adeleji.
Teleji Adeleji. But he spoke in favor of the Doman's cause, and has ever seemed sympathetic towards the refugees' plight. Why would he do such a thing?
Know you of the Cartano Reclamation Bill? It is a proposal to annex the Cartano Flats so that refugees may establish permanent settlements.
When last I looked, that was disputed territory.
Aye. Some might even call it a battlefield. The destruction wrought by Bahamut was greatest at the Cartano Flats. That much is common knowledge. What is less well known is that his rampage laid bare ancient Alagon ruins, of which no record existed. There are certain differences of opinion as to how these ruins should be handled, which is why each nation maintains a military presence in the region to this day. Yet differ though we may, we are still allies. Therefore, in the interest of preserving the Eorzean alliance, we have reached an agreement. Any conflict which may arise during the course of military exercises in the region shall have no bearing on relations between our nations. In full knowledge of this delicate state of affairs, Teleji Adeleji proposed the Cartano Reclamation Bill.
Oh gosh, I'm getting all kinds of messages today. Sick. All right, so tomorrow we'll be checking out the Battlefield 6 BR mode. So we'll probably start with Final Fantasy, and then when we have people hop on to check out the BR mode, we'll switch over to that. So super excited for that.
A shameless bloody ruse which stands to benefit him in but one conceivable way. If successful, he will gain control over the disputed territory under the guise of assisting in the resettlement effort. And you can be sure he'll build an orphanage next to every Allagan ruin.
The man would threaten the unity of the Eorzean Alliance and risk countless lives for personal gain.
He walks a path all his own, independent of any faction and beholden to none of his fellows on the Syndicate.
By inciting the less fortunate to violence, he hopes to convince others that the Cartano Reclamation Bill is the only viable solution. His sympathy for the plight of the Domans was not but posturing to gain credibility with the refugees. Of that there can be no doubt.
Forgive me, but what could possibly motivate Teleji Adeleji to go to such lengths? What is so special about these ruins that he would risk his position on the Syndicate, and, most likely, charges of treason against the Sultanate?
Omega.
Pardon?
An Allagan monstrosity, not unlike the Ultima weapon. Mayhap larger, we know not. It has yet to be fully excavated. Allagan inscriptions indicate that it was created to fell Bahamut himself. If accurate, it might explain why Nail Van Darnus chose to bring the Red Moon down upon the Cartano Flats, given the ends he went to ensure Eorzea's annihilation. Destroying the one weapon which could stay the Elder Primal may well have seemed like good sense.
When first I bore witness to the power of the Ultima weapon, I doubted the evidence of my senses. And now you tell me there is another such weapon. One which could contend with Bahamut. Bahamut!
Aye, we were skeptical ourselves. Truth be told, until the Ultima weapon's existence came to light, we thought the inscription had been mistranslated.
At present, Omega is more akin to a fossil than a tool of war, having long since ceased to function. As such, its true potential cannot accurately be gauged. However, if someone were to restore it, as the Garleans did the Ultima weapon, I have little doubt that he would wield untold power.
Power enough to subjugate Uldar like as not, and the rest of Eorzea besides, which is doubtless why Teleji Adeleji yearns to have it.
That he should aspire to world domination. He who has ever walked 2 paces behind Lord Lolorito in matters of commerce.
'Tis in acknowledgement of his own limitations that he seeks this power. Woe betide us all should we allow him to have it.
Pray waste no time chasing rats. Only a fool would believe that secrets can be kept in Uldar.
It would seem the implications of the Sultanate's refugee problem are rather more far-reaching than we assumed.
I should be glad to know the truth, and yet the thought that all this chaos was the product of a woman's lust for power sickens me. How long do you think they intended to hide the existence of Omega from the Scions, that they even felt the need to do so is most troubling? It would be in our best interest to learn more of the military activities in the disputed territories. Fortunately, you are already well positioned to do so, Private Carstens. But keep us informed of any developments in Cartanau. Be gone, whoop, there's no place for children. I'm sorry. I was looking for you, miss. You said you were looking for the man who left with my parents. You know this girl? So you visited Stone's Throw as well? I see. Did you find the man? Were you my parents with him? They were not, I am afraid. However, I can think of several places they might be. If you like, we can go and look for them together. Really, you'll help me look, mister? Of course, but first, I must needs finish speaking with my friend. She's telling me a secret, you see, so no one else is allowed to listen. Mayhap you wait for me at the pillar over there. We require but a moment. Okay, mister, I'll be waiting. Elphanot is definitely growing on me. I'll take her to the quicksand. Mayhap nobody will know what to do. A legion of Garleans and Aether starved primal. Even dealing with an Asian would be preferable to this charade. Sometimes I fear Manphilia is too ambitious. We rush hither and yon in response to threats as they arise without concern for the strain it places on our limited resources and ourselves. Mayhap the time has come for a change. Oh, bro, this is Manphilia. I know this is some, but I must ask you to return to Revenant Soul with all due haste. The situation of the 12-Wood has taken a turn for the worse. I explain in detail once you arrive. The 12-Wood, then the primal threat she spoke of before has been confirmed. I have received no reports of Exali activity, which leaves the Sylphs. Go, bro, you know as well as I that the appearance of a primal takes precedence over all else. Now, when you arrive, do inform the antecedent that while I'm grateful for her concern she and you here for my safety, I'm more than capable of protecting myself. One second. It is a relief to see you healthy and hale, Obro. The latest news from Ul'dah was most disturbing. Clearly, the only injury Elphanot suffered was to his ego. Dallas, so will heal your log. The other sides will need to be present for this meet. If you are ready to begin, I shall summon them in, now. Thank you for responding to my call with such haste. Who are we dealing with next? It's not Odin. So it's gotta be... Oh gosh, I can't remember his name now. So many gods. Rest assured, I should not have summoned you were it not urgent. To business then, I received some of the most disturbing news from the Order of the Twin Adder. They have reason to believe it's Ramu. They have reason to believe that the Sylphs have been called forth the revered guardian, the primal Ramu. I'm sorry, may have, then it is not certain. The Elder seats here informs us that the elementals himself murmur of the Lord of Levin's return to the forest. The Sylphalens, however, display no signs of undue commotion. Forgive me antecedent, but the fact need not contradict the elemental's testimony. Unlike his more bellicose compeers, Garuda and so on, Ramu is reputed to act only in the defense of his children. Imagine he would soon make his presence known if any were foolish enough to directly endanger themselves or their territory. The abruptness of the development concerns me. Were we not keeping a close watch on the touch ones and their movements? If preparations for a summoning ritual were indeed underway, 'twould surely not have escaped your notice. Oh, it didn't. I was pretty sure it was going to happen, just not this soon. I beg your pardon, you foresaw this eventuality and did not to prevent it? I told Paplimo, I suppose I could have reported things to Mephilia earlier, but there honestly wasn't much we could do except wait and see. You know how the Sylphs feel about people poking around their territory. They already summoned Ramu once right after the calamity, but that was because the Garleans came trampling through the forest. And so long as Castrum Orion stands, the Sylphs cannot be blamed for wishing to have the guardian deity on hand. In short, Eden and I are in agreement the action of the forest folk were inevitable and unavoidable. And I maintain the observation would have remained the best quality had it not been for the sudden influx of strangers in the Black Shroud. That, alas, we did not foresee. By all accounts, the recent violence in Ul'dah drove a number of refugees to seek safety under the concealing canopy of the trees. Just like the Sylphs perceived the panicked migration as yet another invasion and quickened the efforts to summon their god. I put in mind of Titan and the kobolds, once again in the affairs of men which have paved the way of Primal's coming. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder what manner of place Eorzea would be without the civilizing influence of mankind, but that as it may, this regrettable development does afford us unique opportunity. But bro, though your dealings with the Sylphs a little solace, you once succeeded in preventing untimely conflict with Gridania. I wonder might one who has treated with the Sylphs so frivolous in the past not achieve similar success with their patron deity. If Ramu can be convinced of our intentions, or may be a first step to breaking the cycle of primal summoning. A fond hope, were such a thing possible, we would not have been at war with the Beastmen since time immemorial. Maybe this time we can. Well, let's continue the discussion, Anon. We must needs first consult with the nation most affected by Ramu's presence. The Elder Seeds here has requested your personal involvement, Obro. Pray report to Commander Halix at the Adder's Nest as soon as you are able. Seal yourself for the worst. Well, I hope for peaceful resolution of this matter. Experience suggests that your meeting with the Lord of Levin will prove less than amicable. In such an event, your fellow Scions will of course lend you whatever support you require. Oh, bro, the signs your revival has been most anticipated. The appearance of a primal is ever cause for alarm and unease. Though my men staying ready for any eventuality, I know of none more qualified than you to snuff out the threat. Indeed, I would have you do so without delay. The Elder Seats here, however, would speak with you first. She is the opinion that your diplomatic rather than martial skills may better serve our cause. I will leave further explanation to our learned leader. Pray make your way to Nafika's altar. The conjurers in attendance will admit you to the lotus stand. Our signs are already right, ma'am. May I show you in?
Sons of the Seventh Dawn, on behalf of the people of Gridania, I bid you welcome. Your presence is of great comfort to us all in these days of uncertainty.
Is that the same voice actor as before for her?
I summoned you here to share tidings of a most urgent nature. But a short while ago, the great elemental spoke, and his voice was clarion in its intensity. Ramu is returned unto the forest. Scarce had his words ceased to echo in mine ears when we were visited by an emissary from Little Solace. Our guest informs us that the Sylphs, too, have sensed the presence of the Lord of Levin. Though his exact whereabouts remain unknown, we may safely assume that the Primal was summoned within the heart of the Sylphlands. Unlike the other Primals you have encountered, Lord Ramu is no raging avatar of destruction. He is revered as much for his wisdom as his strength, serving as both arbiter and guardian to his children. Given that we and the Sylphs found a way to share the Twelveswood, it is my hope that this sagely immortal will be amenable to reason, and that conflict may be avoided. Blessed as you are with the power of the Echo, you are one of the few among us who may commune with a primal without fear of influence. I would ask, therefore, that you represent us in this most delicate of negotiations. The Twelveswood has suffered enough. Upon this, we and the Sylphs, and I would venture Lord Ramu himself, are in perfect accord. Let us not endanger our shared home by engaging in unnecessary hostilities. Dear friend, I beseech you, safeguard the peace which exists between our peoples. You have my thanks. Pray make for Little Solace, then. A member of the Order of the Twin Adder awaits you there. He will advise you on how to find the Lord of Levin. An ill wind blows through the forest. Yet, it is not only the Twelveswood that flinches at its coming. All the lands Veorzia shiver in dread anticipation. Have care.
Sorry guys, I'm tired today. We are burning through these quests though, so. Oh bro, the signs I was told to expect you. Understand you go to treat with the Primal Ramu himself in an inviable task, but one for which I have no doubt you are well suited. I have been told that the fellow Scions are conducting an investigation of the area as we speak. Then we might discern the location where the Lord of Levin might be found. I'd ask that you abide here until they return with their findings. Uh-oh. I was told that a messenger would be sent as soon as you fellow Scions have finished the investigation. I do not imagine it will be much longer. This one returns with good tidings. Wise one, have finished searching and have wisely identified the precise location where the touched ones summon Lord Ramu. Your timing is impeccable. My fluttery friend, might you be so kind as to escort the Goman to her fellow Scions. It would be this one's pleasure walking one. Please come with us. Come with this one. Wise ones have ventured deep within the self-lens. These ones must proceed carefully and keep an eye out for touched ones. This one is the most sorry, but this one can go no farther. Draw too close to Lord Ramu, and this one may turn mean and nasty like touched ones. And so this one may say farewell for now. Walking will find wise ones not far from here to the south. Go in safely, walking one. So it's actually, I'm relieved for a moment. I thought we were dealing with another one of those confounded self tricksters. I swear, with the wreaking havoc with the skin changing magics, it's a wonder I was able to finish taking my measurements. Yes, it was quite the ordeal. You should have seen the look on your Shalta's face when the 1% you suddenly showed up. That's quite enough, Papliamo. Now, my apologies. It's not like me to ramble. So, at any rate, I was saying I have finished measuring at their activity in the area, and I'm pleased to say I've reached an indisputable conclusion, to wit, that Ramu was called forth in the vicinity of the Sylph Aether. Come, O bro, the Lord 11 awaits.
Nora betrays thee, servant of hiding.
Badass entrance.
Thou art the bringer of light, bane of Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, and Leviathan. I am Ramu, guardian of the children of the forest. Thou tramplest upon sacred soil, bringer of light. By what right doth man intrude in this sanctuary of the sylphs? The Gridanians proffer peace? Their words are born of delusion, thine offer an insult. Thou speakest of harmony, yet carest naught for my children's desires. They did but wish to dwell beneath these boughs in solitude. Yet even that was too much to ask of man. Thus did they turn to me for succor. The sentence I pronounce upon thy kind is just. Gridanian or Garlean, it matters not. The good intent of one excuseth not the misdeeds of the other. Thy conflicts have brought naught but anguish and misery unto the forest. All blame doth lie with the darkness that resideth in the breast of man. Whence sprung this calamitous seed? In the beginning no such duality existed. Were light and dark given form when man was born? It would explain much. Not least why strife and sorrow follow ever in thy wake. Thou canst not deny the urgings of thine own nature. Knowing that thy mere presence here portendeth tragedy, wilt thou persist in this pretense of peacemaking?
Dude, Ramu's beard goes kind of crazy. That shit, well, it goes all the way to the ground.
Thou bearest the crystal which I bestowed upon my wayward charges. That they should entrust so precious a gift to thee. Thou standest apart from thy kin. Thou art the bringer of light, aye. But there is something more in thee. Very well. I shall consider thy proposal. Shouldst thou survive my trial. If thou wouldst champion the cause of harmony, I must have proof that thou art fit to play the role. Wither mine ire, and prove to me thereby that thou hast strength enough to stay the darkness which threateneth to consume thee. Yet if thou shouldst be found wanting, know that all men shall perish in the storm of my judgment. Come to me, bringer of light. I shall await thee on the field of battle.
Hell yeah, dude. Bring it on, Ramu.
Urianger, it is rare indeed to find you so far from a tome.
The Lord of Levin himself. Never till this day had I looked upon his visage, save in painted renderings made faint by time. Ever shall this scene remain etched in my mind's eye. Beg pardon, my lady. I must beg thine aid on a point of research. If thou art resolved to face Lord Ramu, I would ask thy leave to observe the event.
Alright. While we're searching for a party, I'm gonna run and use the bathroom quick. 1 second. Okay. This is from the flank and this is from the rear. Yes. Cranky gauge. It's so weird that my Dragoon almost hit like 53, but like my Samurai's been getting like negligent XP doing all this story stuff. I wonder why that is. Oh. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, here we go. Oh, baby. This one is from the flank. I can't do none. Oh, not what I meant to do. Oh my, okay, this is actually hard. No, I keep... Oh, why am I trolling? Well, that was the hardest fight we've had so far. By far and large.
I have taken thy measure, bringer of light. And I judge thee a worthy champion. The task of excising the sin that hath taken root in man's heart is thine. Shrink not from employing thy strength in service to the forest and the wider realm beyond. Like hungering shadows do the enemies of harmony gather, and meekness will but feed them. If man is to be delivered from the dark, it shall be by thy guiding light alone. Stray not from the path, for if thou dost, thy people shall be truly lost.
Thou hast slain the Lord of Levin. A regrettable act, but a necessary one. In witnessing thy struggle, a truth hath been revealed unto me. If I mistake not, it may yet prove a chink in the eternal armor of the Assyrians. But let us conclude our present business. I shall expound upon my findings at the Rising Stones anon.
Boy, oh boy, Ramu, that was a really cool fight. I have a soft spot for like electricity and stuff like that, so like lightning magic and stuff like akin to that. However, you've returned to ask how Ramu received your visit. He challenged you to a test of arms. It is well then, you have some experience in such matters. The people of both Gudani and Little Solace will be relieved to hear that the Lord of Levin is accepted to use the forest champion of peace. You perform a monumental duty this day, Obro. The elder seats here must be informed of your deeds at once. Elder seats here will wish to hear of your experiences firsthand. Pray return to Gudani and make directly to the low stand the conjure the yeah. Yeah, I know what you're asking of me. I always get lost. Welcome back, Honored Scion. We who knew of your mission have been most anxious to see your return. The others here waits you within.
You are returned to us, dear friend, and none the worse for bearing the heavy burden which I did press upon you. Most glad am I of this. I am informed that your efforts to negotiate a peace with Lord Ramuh ended in conflict. Pray tell me, what befell? Ramuh made trial of you? I fear there is truth to his claim. It is the darkness within us that attracts the darkness without. It cannot be denied that misfortune follows man. For evidence, one need only look to the conflict brewing in Cartano, or to the rising flood of refugees. Our shared struggle against the Empire should have served to seal our union. Yet the ties which bind the Alliance strain under the weight of gross self-interest. As the scars of the calamity begin to fade, so too does our sense of common purpose. Yet now is scarce the time to forget our shared responsibility. If this new-sprung realm is to survive beyond its infancy, it must needs be nurtured by all. Eorzea must be as one. Yet I fear that dream is still far off. On behalf of the people of Gridania and the elementals both, I thank you for all that you and your fellow scions have done. Full oft have I been compelled to look to you for aid of late, and offered all too little in return. As leader of this nation, I shall endeavor to prove a more worthy ally to your cause henceforth. Lord Ramuh has departed, yet the keening of this ill wind grows no less insistent. Voices of the forest, pray speak and I shall listen. What unseen evil begets this unease in my heart?
More. Thus ends another daunting mission, AO, bro. I'd hope Lord Ramuh could be persuaded with words alone, but nonetheless, I can only admire the adroitness which you responded to the primal sudden challenge. It seems that Orange, he has like a French name. I can't pronounce it. Two was pleased with the outcome. What say you, bro? Shall we gather back at the Rising Stone and ponder the lessons of the day? I think that'd be wise. I have felled so many primals for you sons of guns. I want a castle. Give me a castle. Welcome back, Obro. Word of your momentous encounter with Lord Ramuh precedes you. I would fain share news of mine own, but Erringer's discovery must take precedence. Upon witnessing your defeat of the Lord 11, our learned companion was struck with a profound insight regarding the nature of the Ascian's immortality. Let us assemble and discuss his observations together.
If everyone is ready, let us begin. Urianger, the floor is yours.
Urianger.
As all here assembled now know, in its final hours as our Order's headquarters, the Waking Sands did play host to a most unexpected visitor. I speak of the Ascian clad in white, Elidibus. Unwelcome though his presence was, His words that day did serve to confirm a truth long suspected, that the Ascians are eternal beings, to whom physical destruction is as a temporary inconvenience.
In the intervening time, Urianger and I have striven to discover a means by which the Ascians might more permanently be slain.
And 'tis my belief that we have found the thread that will allow us to unravel the twisted skein of their existence. In the moments prior to Leviathan's most recent manifestation, the Sahagin elder who summoned him was observed to undergo some manner of ascension. The etheric readings taken by Y'shtola at the time of this transfiguration have proven most enlightening.
The disruption to the flow of ether was sudden and dramatic. So tangible was the agitation, I scarce had need of my goggles.
The significance of Y'shtola's readings might better be understood in the context of mine own, taken at the instant of the Lord of Levin's demise. Unlike the Primal, the Sahagin was not subject to etheric dissipation.
Before discussing our new discoveries, it may benefit us all to recall what we know of etheric behavior. Let us begin at what some might call the end. When we who dwell in the material realm die, our spirits dissolve into the flow of ether and are returned to the ethereal realm. In turn, the restless energy which suffuses that plane streams back into our world, giving rise to new life.
"'Tis as the heavens did decree, the way of all mortal souls. Twixt this world and the next do the ethereal currents swirl, bearing the very essence of life. Thus doth the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth continue unabated."
Primals behave somewhat differently. In order to manifest and then maintain a physical presence in this realm, they must consume vast quantities of ether, most often in the form of crystals. Though they may seem to live, their flesh is but ether given shape. Thus, a defeated primal leaves behind no broken corpse. Rather, the essence of its form seeps back into the land whence it came, and the energy of its shattered spirit is called back to the ethereal realm.
And there it waiteth, till next the prayers of the faithful do draw it forth from the sea of ether, to take their offering of crystals and make for itself a new body.
Which brings us on to the third group, the so-called immortals. They exist in a manner all their own.
Quite. Even as the Sahagin elder fell to the Admiral's musket shot, I witnessed the release of an ethereal cloud, which immediately took possession of a nearby minion.
A soul that dissipateth not upon the death of the flesh.
The secret of life everlasting, and in the claws of a Sahagin no less. But I wonder, what would happen to one of these obstinate spirits should there be no suitable host for it to claim?
If mortal death entails a return to the ethereal realm, it seems doubtful that the soul of an immortal would venture there.
Nay, it merely withdraweth a distance, unto the shore of the ethereal sea, perchance, but no further.
Yes, it exists in neither this realm nor the next, abiding instead in the space that lies between them. The Ascians took control of Thancred by means of a crystal of darkness, an artifact which, if our theories are correct, serves as a gateway to the place I have just described.
I was hoping people had forgotten about that.
I am sorry, my friend.
For a mercy, the weary road of our research hath brought us unto an answer.
The Sahagin ascended to an immortal state, but he did not possess a crystal of darkness through which to flee this realm. Thus was he consumed by Leviathan. If we could entrap the spirits of defeated Ascians in like manner, and thereby deny them resurrection...
Okay. Hold on, we're cooking.
Therein lieth the path to victory. Thou art most perceptive, my lady. Only when we have trapped the bodiless soul within an ethereal prison can we hope to defeat its unnatural constancy. Thus might even an eternal paragon be consigned to oblivion.
These feats are, of course, far easier said than done. At present, we lack a viable means to entrap and extinguish an Ascian soul. Yet, I believe it to be possible. The pieces of the puzzle lie before us. We have but to put them together.
I will depart at once to convene with the sages of Sharlayan. Together shall we divine the steps by which our goals may be achieved.
I have the utmost faith in you, Archon.
Beg pardon, antecedent, but I would raise one final matter. Even now, a Sharlayan survey party seeketh to ascertain the fate of the students of Baldessian. Their findings shall soon be known to us. Though you harbor feelings of dread, I bid you surrender not to sorrow, but abide instead in hopeful prayer.
I shall, Archon. Thank you.
The Lord of Levin has returned to the Aether, as with Leviathan before him. Ramu's acquaintance was most intriguing. Inferno, Vortex, Crag, Hori, and Levin all have now been humbled by the Bringer of Light. The limitless potential of man, Heidelin servant, grows mightier by the day. Yet she prospers at great cost to her mistress, whose strength is all but finite. 7 times have the masses survived the rejoining, but their souls are grown weak and wane. Yet even as it enervates, the ardor empowers our master. All that remains is to nurture the strength of the gifted to forge the final key. And that is the task to which we bend our every effort. Divine seeds were ever wont to quicken Arzia's fertile soil. We need only lead men to the field, and by their eager hands shall a new deity arise. That which was shattered shall be made anew, and the one true God shall come again. I'm assuming Bahamut? Now the matter of Ramu has, for the present, been put to rest. There is something I would show you, Oboro. His letter of thanks signed by the leaders of the Arzian Alliance, acknowledging the science tireless service to the realm. It mentions in particular the names of all the defeated primals: Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, Good King Mughal, Mog the 12th, Leviathan, and now Ramu. Needless to say, there's only one among our numbers to have faced them all. And though these words of gratitude were addressed to our order as a whole, I feel they were meant for you above all others. I too must offer my heartfelt thanks for all you have done. In the course of your duties, you have never once failed to answer my call to arms. You're a true hero, Obro, and Orzu is much the safer for your presence. Pray do not misunderstand me. I said safer, not safe. I know only too well that we can ill afford to lower our guard. I'm just gonna keep saying it. Asians may be relied upon to sow chaos in the realm until such time they are forced to stop. Why, even without their encouragement, you may be assured that man would foment strife on his own. And this is to say nothing of the beast tribes. Unless we learn to live in harmony, the primals too will return to plague us again and again and again. And yet, despite all of this, your deeds serve to inspire the people, to give them hope for a better tomorrow, and there is no greater gift. That we have the courage to strive for what might be otherwise seem an impossible peace, we owe in no small part of the dangers you have faced on our behalf, and the people you have won over to our cause in so doing. Our list of allies has ever been long, but think of the allies with whom we are now blessed. Of the sylphs of Little Solace, who wish not of conflict. Of the Alamegans and the Domans, who stand with us determined to halt the dread march of the Empire. Are you still here? I mean, I've only been streaming for 4.5 hours. Are you talking about still in the post game for Realm Reborn? I still think I have a good like 30 quests to go in the post game. I still got, I mean, probably like a half hour, like another half hour of streaming. And there are the many unsung individuals who have gathered here in Riverman's Soul, honest men and women who seek to employ their skills for the good of all. Of course, since we give our greatest allies, we must not forget these closest to us, by which I mean our fellow scions. Thanks to their many and varied talents, our order is uniquely equipped to combat the far-reaching corruption of the Asians, the combat if we shall. First time. So last week I did cut streams a little shorter than normal. This week we're going to be back to our normal hours. So anywhere from 6 to 7 usually, depending how we're feeling. So streams will be going longer in the future. Just last week with us going for affiliate goals, I was kind of working on stuff, so I ended a little sooner. But yeah, we're back to our normal hours, which will be much like an hour or two longer than what you're used to. Thanks to many and very talents, our order is uniquely equipped to combat the far-reaching corruption and combat if we shall. Your enthusiasm is truly heartwarming and testament. Given our embarrassing wealth of allies, I trust it will not inconvenience you unduly if I absent myself for a time. Alphanod, I take it the troubles of Ul'dah no longer require your attention. There are yet some rumblings of discontent, but the air of of simmering violence is largely dissipated. This report is such as I stand before you now. That, and to speak of what concerning the new organization we discussed. I have the message for you from Ellie. You recall the refugee girl, the one whose parents were missing? They were found unharmed. She wished me to pass on her thanks to you. By Alphanam, I understand you made the effort to remember the poor girl's name. I look forward to reading all about her in your report. I do hope you left nothing out. However, you have been away from Riven's Soul for some time now, I believe. Might I suggest that you put the affairs in the room to one side for the moment and take the opportunity to reacquaint yourself with the town? Which reminds me, one of the Doman children recently inquired as to your whereabouts. Yozen was his name. I believe he had some small matter he wished to share with you. Why not oblige him with a visit? Dun, 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 dun. Samurai has been a lot of fun, though. I'm digging Samurai. I'm not gonna like main it by any means, but I'm pretty excited to level it up and mess around with it as we continue to play the game. I'm super excited for Viper, dude. Viper looks really cool. Look, it's Miss Obro. She's back from her adventures. We heard you were off fighting primals and that there's some of the strongest enemies you could ever face. I wish I could have seen you in battle. Anyway, we all want to be heroes too, so we finally formed our very own Doman Adventures Guild to protect all the Domans. Oh, do you think you could train us today, Miss Obro? Maybe you could show us how you fought the primals? What's all this commotion then? Mr. Boulder and Mr. Coltonot, did you know that Miss Oboro is back? So it would seem, welcome home, Oboro. My companion and I but recently became full members of the Science, and I believe proper introductions have yet to be made. I am known as Hoary Boulder, and the bookish fellow is Coltonet. Though we remain largely unproven adventurers, we have taken it upon ourselves to instruct the Dome as younglings in the arts of combat. I told you, Mr. Boulder, you are not younglings anymore, we are adventurers. And we just were asking Miss Oboro if she could give us some special training. I think we're ready to hunt monsters alongside her, don't you? Well, you've certainly been vigilant with your drills, but I'm afraid the fiends of Mordona are still ever so slightly too dangerous for you. I have a counter proposal. What if we were to cross swords with Oboro, demonstrative skill at arms, if you will? Or if you don't know, I'd say you were merely seeking to test yourself against a legend. Well, mayhaps I am, but the matter is the motive when the children stand to learn so much from the lesson. What say you, Oboro? Would you consent to spar with me? Hurrah! We're to have a tournament. Come on, everyone, must prepare our gear for an outing. Do try not to disappoint them. Have faith, Coltonot. I shall summon every last ounce of my strength to make of this a worthy contest. The fields to the east of town should prove suitable for our purposes. I very much look forward to our bout. That's kind of cool. I like that. It was good if you do agree to this, Oboro. It's just you're ready to begin. Let's get it. Very well, let us not keep you younglings waiting any longer. And Hori, are you sure you wish to fight her alone? That is Oboro you are to face. What better way to test my mettle? Pray allow me to attempt our first round to unaided. After that, 'twas this hero legend that led me to join the Science to begin with. Without Oboro to inspire my efforts, I would not be half the warrior I am today. Your point is well made, but remember this is for the children's sake as well as your own. Should it appear the contest will end too swiftly, I shall add my spells to your blade work. Hello, you haven't begun yet, have you? Hey, Ida! Falkred! Ida, who are all these people? When I heard about the sorry match, I told everyone I could find. I thought you could use a crowd to cheer you on. Yes, and there's still more to come. When I mentioned Oboro's name, the reaction was quite enthusiastic. While my own popularity seems to be sickly shade in comparison, you'd best claim victory, bringer light. Your burgundy reputation is at stake. Well, our teacher won't be beaten so easily. He's a master swordsman. You can win, Mr. Boulder. We shall soon see. On your guard. Oh, such power, the tails barely do you justice. Mr. Boulder won't lose, will he? It's not over yet, it can't be. The children have the right of it. This time I join the fray. On your feet, Hori. Oh no, he looks hurt. You have bested me, I yield. That was incredible. She beat the both of them at the same time. We knew you couldn't lose, Obro. None can defeat the Guardian of Eorzea. Now I see why they send you to deal with the primals. I have much work to do if I ever attempt the same. That's a cute little breather from all the primal stuff. I like that. Impressive as always, Obro. It's ever a pleasure to witness the spectacle of your martial prowess. And judging by the smiles on these many faces too, they too appreciate the hard-won strength that keeps the perils of the realm at bay. Guardian of Eorzea, yes, that's the most fitting title. Do you recall when we first met was the memorial service to the Battle of Cartanau? At the time I was yet attempting to understand this land of Eorzea, I sought to grasp the reason why Grandfather willingly sacrificed himself to protect it. I shall speak plainly, my initial impressions were less than favorable. Dire problems abounded, and yet the effort I saw expanded towards their solution was haphazard and half-hearted. I thought Eorzeans a foolish and childish people. Considering the shambles their home was in, I would not have been surprised if some had chosen to swear allegiance to Gaius when the order he proposed to enforce. The Legatus's single-minded military evasive precluded any such switching of loyalties, of course. Were it not for a desire to continue Grandfather's legacy, I would have abandoned the realm to its fate long ago. The threats were too many, the nation's too self-involved and unstable. It was you who convinced me the salvation of Eorzea was possible. It was you who taught me through countless acts of bravery that what my grandsire sought to preserve was not the land, nor its history, nor any single nation. It was the people, these wonderful, oft infuriating, stubborn people that suffer blow after terrible blow only to drag themselves back to their feet to face another day. Though he never put such feelings into words, I believe Grandfather's admiration for his inextinguishable courage grew into a fervent wish, a wish to aid Eorzea and its inhabitants in charting a course for the future. Wish that now has become my own. I too will endeavor to take up the mantle of Guardian of Eorzea and champion these people who toil towards a better world. Our cause, however, is not a simple one. The troubles that plague us are of a scale that cannot be solved by the Sons of the Seven Dawn alone. No, what is needed to tackle the root of the primal threat and effective counter and schemes of the ancients is a new expanded organization that operates beyond the limitations of nations and borders. If you could aid me in building such an organization, pray let us continue the discussion back on the walls of the Rising Stone. Elfinaud's really growing on me, man. I love how strong I feel compared to, like, other adventurers, you know? Like, they really do put out there that you are a menace to society. Thank you for coming, Obro. The world shifts and alters, and we, my friend, must ever be one step ahead of the chaos. What I propose is the formation of a new organization or group that shall pave the way for the truly united Eorzea. Pray forgive me if I tread over old ground, but I would first speak of the grand plan. Since the advent of the 7th astral era, the leaders of the three nations have been deliberating over an accord that seeks to bring the disparate forces of Eorzea together into a single entity. A realm-wide grand company, if you will, the military might of such an institution would be drawn from every corner of the land and directed against threats that no single nation could hope to overcome alone. Yeah, well, the purpose of this hypothetical organization is undisputed. The logistics of its formation have become the source of endless debate. And the longer these discussions continue, the more I sense the impetus towards unification draining away. Thus, I have been campaigning for the creation of what might be considered a trial company. It will be on a much smaller scale that than what we hope to eventually achieve, but capable of the same manner of unrestricted operation accorded to the science. 'Tis my hope that the successful utilization of such a force will lend momentum to the lagging deliberations. Also, being a primarily military outfit, I mean to assuage fears of its misuse by placing the fledgling organization under the authority of the antecedent. Science worked tirelessly to protect Eorzea and its people. But as you yourself have witnessed from the refugee revolt, there are limitations to what we can achieve. With the new company under the Science Command, however, we will be capable of responding to a wider range of difficulties without straining our resources overtaxing your formidable talents. The goals of my proposed organization and those of the Science are ultimately identical, a point conceded by all concerned. Before I can move forward with establishing the precursor to the true border-spanning Grand Company, it is yet necessary that I visit the three leaders and gain their official approval. Tiresome and time-consuming task, which is why I would ask that you accompany me on the journey and attend to the business of recruiting our inaugural members, while I otherwise engage with bureaucratic formalities. Thank you. It is reassuring indeed to know that the Bringer of Light and her discerning eye will be selecting our future allies. Our first destination will be Limsa Lamenta. Let us rendezvous at Bulwark Hall. There you are. I'm ready to send the bridge and speak with Admiral Blossomnine. While the Admiral and I are finalizing missionary boundaries and signing parchments, I would have you begin the recruitment process in earnest. I have, of course, endeavored to spread the word of our organization through various channels, but I believe a personal approach will reach many who may otherwise remain ignorant of the opportunity. As for potential numbers, it is of no matter should they already be pledged to another institution once they are willing to lend their strength when the situation demands on it, and shooting a range into the countryside, the upper decks alone are populated with sufficient candidates to suit our purpose. Once you're satisfied with your recruiting efforts, meet me at the airship ticket counter and we might prepare for the next leg of our journey. Limsa Lamenta always taking a hit on my frames with how many people hang out here. That's Spider-Man. Oh my god. That's hilarious, actually. Hey, who in the Bloody Hells do you think you're talking to, Drylander? I'm a pirate, not some sodden knight in a shiny plate. If you're looking for a self-righteous fop, try knocking on the dandy Carvalian's door. I'm just saying. But Viper's kind of a pirate. I was thinking they should add like a pirate class. Uses a scimitar and like their offhand can be a pistol. That would be so cool actually. Precursor to unite yours and Grand Company. Why do I admire the scope of your ambition? My responsibilities here at Naldic and Vale Mills keep me close to the forge. I have not the time to be traipsing hither and yon across the realm. Should you require my skills in armor, however, I may be willing to accept some special commissions. I mean, you have to run with the sword out as samurai. Well, Vinay Oprah, I'd not forget a venture brave enough or daft enough to seek the shortcut into Titan's bedchamber. You remember O'Reilly, don't you? Formerly of the Company Heroes, 3 whistles at Bronze Lake High. It didn't often drag me arse off to Limsa for a drink, but I'm right glad I did. How fair you these days? You're looking to put together a new crew, top tier work? Ha, sounds like a right lark, it does. Alrighty, last count me in. The heroes may have gone their separate ways, but I ain't ready to climb into my grave just yet. Alright, there we go. I mean, having an armorer here too is also, you know, big W for the Scions, right? I'm sorry, dude. Mondays just kick my ass. I'm always tired all through Monday. I think it's because on Sundays I sleep in so late because it's my day off. An organization with the freedom to operate with territorial impunity. I must say your proposal intrigues me, but the Krakens will know that there's a time to act and a time to watch, and I'm afraid this trial company of yours falls into the latter category. Master Alphanod's new organization. Yes, I had heard of the formation of his trial company was in the awning. 'Tis with regret, however, I must decline your invitation. As commander of the Yellow Jackets, the protection of Limsa Lomensa must needs to be receive my full attention. You guys are missing out. I'm just saying. Yeah, Limsa Lomensa is always just chaotic. I love it. Over your recruiting one, will I trust? I'm curious as to how many proposal was received by the rough and ready folk of Limbs Lamenta. A member of the legendary company here has indicated his interest. Astounding. I knew enlisting your aid was the right choice. If you could boast the acquaintance of such an elusive character. I too was successful in my task. The Admiral consented to sign all the documents requiring her approval. I can only hope that the visit with the Elder Seeds here proceeds smoothly. Pray continue on to Gridani on your base. I shall await your arrival at Nautica's altar. Alright guys, with that, that is going to be the end of our stream. Thank you all so much for hanging out today. We will be back with more Final Fantasy tomorrow, and most likely the Battlefield 6 Battle Royale mode that comes out tomorrow. So I got a little gang of friends that we're going to be trying that out with. So we'll start with some Final Fantasy, and once they hop on, we'll jump into Battlefield. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me today. I will see you all tomorrow. Have a great rest of the night. Peace out, everyone. Later.